Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real time news updates, in depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. It is today what? Thursday.
Thursday, March 20th. Thursday, March.
All right, it is Thursday, March 20th. Want to say thank you to everyone. All our listeners on QMZRadio.com. For quality music while you work or play, keep it logged on to www.QMZRadio.com for that good music to get you through your day. Thank you to everyone listening on JanoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station. Don't forget to download the Jano Radio app. It's available in your Apple and Google Play stores. Jano Radio, take us on the go. And that's JAHKNO. And a big thank you to everyone listening on madmusichouse.com for any genre, anytime. We go live on YouTube weekdays starting at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Do not forget to subscribe. Turn on your notification. Yes, please do that. All right. And of course, studio audience courtesy of TikTok. Pick up on yourself. Thank you so much. Thank you for helping to create the vibes. Head on over to www.coffeeintow.com and follow Coffee in Tow on your social media platforms. All right. That being said, I got to do a quick check-in with Ja. Rastafari, ever living, ever faithful, ever sure. Hope you're all good in your neighborhood.
I am. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Gonna have a good day today. Today's gonna be a good day.
Today's going to be a good day. I'm working from home, so it's always a great day when I do that. Good morning, Good morning, Rosolo. Good morning, Adesoji.
Okay. Hold on there. I mean, just hear that. Adesoji, let's try this again. Good morning, Adesoji.
Good morning, Moments. How are you doing?
Because I didn't want to have to take a quick trip over there to the UK and bring you up out of wherever you just were. How you doing, Adesoji? You good?
I'm fine, Javed. How are you doing?
Javed, sometimes you have to draw them up, you know. Them like, you see, no, like the Jamaican, them kind of say we're too aggressive, right? But you see what you're going with, you can't go on so pious with them. Sometimes you have to bad them up.
It's okay. I understand why he's that way this morning.
That's how you that mean. Sometimes you have to draw them up. You can't be too nice with them all the time. Because listen, you there giving them the nice voice and then come like him down in a while. Hold. Draw him out, man.
You know when you work them out, sometimes they just need a moment. So you gotta give them the grace.
Let me stop the foolishness. Happy to have you all with me. Happy to have everyone in the audience. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Marlon, good morning. Who else we got in the audience with us? We got
Good morning, Mr. Days After Dark.
Martin Kirk, Martin. of days after that, I'm going to have 1 year open, 1 year shut. All right, folks, let's go ahead and get the show on the road. 21 minutes before the top of the hour. First, of course, order of business. Excuse me. Lord, I'm so sorry. YouTube, not ignoring YouTube at all. Can't ignore YouTube. Morning, morning, morning. Thank you for being here with me. Let me go ahead and put the story that we're going to be covering first out of the Caribbean corner. No travel ban in effect between US and Antigua. That's what they're saying, Ja. Don't know how true it is. We'll read this article because
So remember when I told you he was I was thinking he was kind of wishy-washy. Like,
yeah.
what did he do to get that?
Listen, um, the U.S. Let me just say the U.S. is bipolar right now. You don't know what version you're getting on a day-to-day basis. I don't know what to tell you. So let's go ahead and get into this article and see what they are saying. Article courtesy of Caribbean.chalutenews.com. Antigua and Barbuda government officials have issued a formal statement, and the statement was issued yesterday the 19th. Yep. Clarifying that there is no travel ban affecting movement between the United States and the Twin Island nation, despite recent media speculation. Nationals and legal residents of the United States continue to enjoy visa-free entry when traveling to and from Antigua and Barbuda. That's according to the statement. So, of course, that statement was directly addressing concerns that emerged last week when reports surfaced about a potential new U.S. travel restriction system. According to those reports, several Caribbean nations were categorized into a tiered system of potential travel restrictions. While Cuba was reportedly placed in the most severe red tier with a complete entry ban, and Haiti in an orange tier with significant restrictions, and Antigua and Barbuda was among 4 Eastern Caribbean nations, including Dominica, St. Kitts and Nevis, and St. Lucia, allegedly listed in a yellow tier. Countries in this category would reportedly have 60 days to address security protocol concerns. However, the Antiguan government has moved quickly to counter these reports, stating that no such ban has been imposed, nor has the United States government indicated that such a measure is under consideration. Is the article said it, folks. Me no know what's going on. Me no know. Really don't know. Goes back to a conversation we had earlier this week. Is this a case of a leak? And because of the leak that happened, all these reports came out, making it seem as though everything is factual. We don't know. We don't know. Don't know at all. So let's see. All right, moving right along. CARICOM, a Frexim bank to build a hunt. Go ahead, Adam Soldier. Before I go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he creates a list, and the list says there's a range. What's it called? There's a red list, there's an orange list, and there's a yellow list.
Yeah.
Now, any rational person will say, when did you make up this list? The same list where you have 20,000 people from Afghanistan that you let into the country based on the fact that they worked for you while they were in Afghanistan. There are people in Iraq in that same red group. So what exactly are you saying? This country doesn't, when I say this country, sorry, this administration clearly doesn't understand what it's doing. And I think to a larger extent, this is what they're trying to do to distract you from looking at what it is they're doing. So the question is, what are they hiding? I won't even give this list a second look because we've been here before. This is deflection and we need to be focused. I yield.
I'm glad you pointed that out because I know if I didn't say it here, I know I've had a conversation offline that something is going on. It's just a matter of time. Just a matter of time before we know. Hey, Kirk, welcome up. Just a matter of time before we know what's really going on. Everything is never as it seems. So something else is brewing. And yes, things will come out that will serve as a distraction. The thing is, we need to ask the questions, what else? Keep distractions to keep the create distractions to keep the masses busy and redirect financial resources. I love that statement, niece. Love it, love it, love it. Absolutely. But let's carry on. Let me tell us something now. Old time people have a saying, anything happen in the dark must come to light. So it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time before we know exactly what's up. Next article, CARICOM, a Frexim Bank to build a $180 million trade center in Barbados as Caribbean investment surge. I'm liking the sound of this one. This article comes to us courtesy of wiredja.com. In a landmark commitment to Africa Caribbean economic ties, Frexim Bank will construct a $180 million twin tower trade complex in Barbados. That's according to the president and chairman when speaking with heads of government at the 48th CARICOM summit in February. The announcement comes as the Pan African Financial Institution revealed it has increased its overall investment target for the region from $1.5 billion to $2.5 billion. The ambitious Afrexim Bank Africa Trade Center, AATC, will serve as the institution's flagship presence in the region, hosting not just offices, but also a technology incubation hub, SME facilities, and conference centers. Groundbreaking for this landmark project is scheduled for March 22, 2025. This iconic project will carry the flag of the Bank of Africa very high in the Caribbean. Woo. Of course, Orama said, made that statement, and he thanked Prime Minister Mia Mottley and her government for providing the land for the development. Is this a good look? Are we heading in the right direction? Is the U.S. Appreciating this move? Considering the article we had, I think it was last week, where Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, and another country came up. But then again, we don't even know if that is a leak that got leaked. So we don't even know. Right. But the article last week alluded to Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, and I think it was Grenada, could face sanctions when we talk about the relationship between the Caribbean region and Africa. You know, them not really want it, but who can stop it? Them have a saying to, man a plan and God a wipe out. And whatever God says to be shall be, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Well, carry on. You see you, Mia Matley. I love you. I really love you. We have to create that bridge. We have to create the opportunities. But far too often, it is specific countries that are looked at as the only places to provide certain economic relief or opportunities. And yeah, I'm glad. I'm really happy to see that we are looking in other directions, and we have to, because at no time do we want any of our countries to be held hostage. Yes, I said so to Nice. I said this a couple of weeks ago. If we were to come together as one nation, meaning all the Caribbean states, all the Caribbean islands were to say, no, we're going to just form one thing, would I nominate her to be our leader? I thought that me say. So I'm here for it. The Pan African Financial Institution, which opened its CARICOM regional office in Barbados less than 2 years ago, is already weaving a complex web of economic partnerships that spans from Grenada's hotel industry to Guyana's burgeoning oil sector. Go on through, do nothing over there. Not mad at you at all. Next up, we're still in Barbados, where Senator Morris says education transformation is crucial to Barbados' future. And I think it's crucial to the future of any country. We have to take a hard look at education. Whatever needs to be fixed, fix it. Let's go ahead and get into this article, courtesy of BarbadosToday.bb. Senator Reverend Charles Morris has issued a stark warning that Barbados risks stagnating if the government fails to complete its promised transformation of the education system. Speaking in the Senate on Tuesday during the debate on the Appropriation Bill 2025, Morris underscored the urgency of reform, asserting that if this Barbados Labour Party government does not complete educational transformation in this country, it will never be achieved, and this country will be left behind. Also, our development will be retarded. Other countries, not as advanced, I'm sure, will overtake us. The senator drew historical parallels, invoking the philosophy of Plato to critique the entrenched elitism within the education system. He argued that the legacy of hierarchical education rooted in colonial structures has persisted despite reforms. Plato's ghost still haunts our education system, Morris said. We talk about free education, but that, sir, is a noble lie. He also pointed out that even after the introduction of free secondary education in the 1960s, access remained skewed in favor of the privileged. So this seems to be a problem that's permeating across the region. So it's not unique to any one country. Morris took aim at the common entrance examination, arguing that it perpetuates inequality. Every year, the newspaper will be filled with students who scored 98 or 100%. But what about the child who gets 35%? What happens to them? He questioned. He also criticized the current tertiary education framework, which he claimed had long been misrepresented as a creation of post-independence governments. I didn't know them do that over there. I remember back in Jamaica, yeah, look for see your name in a newspaper. Lord have mercy. Those were you had three selections: your first choice, second choice, and third choice. First choice, how when you know say you score them up there, so second choice, you know, you're in the B's, and then third choice C's. And then those who did not pass the common entrance would go on to what we refer to as secondary schools, right? And yes, there is a stigma. Let us not pretend. If you attended a secondary school, there was a certain stigma that was attached. You were looked at as not so bright, not so bright. And I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. Everyone has abilities. Go right ahead. Adesoji, go ahead, Amit. Go ahead.
When he said, I don't understand, what does he mean when he said Plato's hierarchical system of education is still in place? If you had free education, the key word there being free education, which means access was granted to everyone. So how can you, within a free system, still operate a hierarchical setup? How?
Okay.
How does that work?
Okay, so I don't know if this is a reasonable explanation. Let me put it this way. How do I word it? Okay, we all go to the same school, right? At a Soji. But within each home, there are financial constraints. So I might be able to afford the books. Your parents can't afford the books. So right there, you have an imbalance in the scales. So I'm going to have the advantage. Whereas we should have a system in place where, regardless of your economical background, everyone is on the same playing field, because the government sees to it that the schools has the books to distribute to all the students. But even if it's on a rental basis or a loan basis, kind of like here in the States, right? So my children went to public school. The school provides the laptops, the books, everything. So it doesn't put a financial strain on parents. You see what I'm saying?
So I guess it in terms of material resources, is that what he meant?
Yeah.
Now, so the counterbalance to that, or the counter narrative to that point, would have been, what are the schools doing in terms of highlighting the shortfalls? Because you will do exams in the course of a term, tests, right? So are those tests not being used as a yardstick of measuring how teaching itself is successful within a certain framework, either as a classroom, as a school, as a district, as a you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
So to move forward from 1960 to 2025, that's almost 60 plus years. And then I can't say it's too late to look back, but it's like that horse has already bolted. I'm not saying you can't do anything to correct it, but I'm saying 50 years, that's 2 generations. 60, that's creating the 3rd generation on top of that. So,
it's good that he's highlighting it at a Soji.
Yes,
so let us
yes,
hope that
yes,
they
yes.
will now fix it, recognize that it's an issue, because yes, we're providing this free education, but it's still not free. Still not free. I saw you go.
So what's his plan?
So let us see what he has here.
Oh, so he's just talking about.
He's just highlighting it. Of course, he is.
He's doing what politicians do.
Yeah, and here's another thing. And I'm thinking about the conversation we had on Tuesday, and Nice and Rosolo. Of course, we spoke about going to extra lessons to get that extra help. So the parents who can afford to pay for the extra lessons, so the child can advance. What happens to the child whose parents is not able to afford the extra lessons? So you see, again, we have an inequality showing up. Go ahead, Ja.
And extra lesson doesn't mean that you're slow. It just means that you need another way to show you how to come up with that answer.
Yeah, or you're given the advantage to, yeah.
Because not everyone can teach to a child, and everyone has different learning styles.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So therein comes the inequality, right? And but we did slow. Niece, we were not slow, though. We never slow.
Meeting on the crew.
There was a whole crew of us that went to those extra lessons together. We go from kindergarten all the way up. No.
And in the period of slowness. Okay. We understand.
So so Morris also condemned the pressures placed on students due to the rise of private lessons outside of school hours. Isn't this funny that we're just talking about it? And here I'm scrolling down and come across this paragraph calling for an overhaul of the system to ensure teachers are properly supported and held accountable. Some teachers prioritize private lessons over their duties in school, and that is unacceptable. Now, I will agree with that, because yes, we don't want the teachers looking to make extra money on the side, and because they're looking towards that, they are deliberately shorting their students. No.
Why would he even say that? Teachers are actually doing that?
Oh,
not teaching children so they can make money on the side?
Yeah,
they do.
They do it, Ja, because let us be honest. Me tell you time my mother was a teacher. Where the pay there? Where the pay there? Teachers don't get paid for all that they put in. So I can understand why some teachers would do that. At the end of the day, them bills have to pay too.
I can understand not having enough time to teach an overcrowded class, but to deliberately not teach so you can make money on the side, that's
I don't agree with that.
That's kind of
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't like that, because what you're doing is you're setting up some of your students who are not as sharp, or who are not able to retain
afford extra lessons.
Not even that. I never want to get to the extra lessons yet, but you are interfering, so to speak, with the progress of the students, right? You are interfering. Do the right thing. Do the right thing. That's how I see it. What the government could possibly look into is having a system where students are able to get an extra hour after school each day of the week. There's a different subject area, or depending on what your weakness is, right? Your area of opportunity. Pay the teachers for an extra hour so that they can have one-on-one with students of a particular grade, because it's so true. Per the article, someone with a 35%, what happens to that child? They're looked down on. Let us not pretend. For them, some my pitting a bright at all, and my pitting is an embarrassment to me. No. This extra hour that the government could possibly pay for, pay the teachers so that they can have one-on-one with that child, may create an opportunity for the teacher to teach the whatever it is in the curriculum in a different style, to be able to connect with that student so that they can overcome. Right? Go ahead, Ja. I think you were gonna say something.
No, I'm good.
Good. Yeah. Because now, to your point, Ja, not everybody can afford the extra lessons. Extra lessons is not cheap. It's not cheap, you know. So him highlighting it. Go ahead, Kirk. Morning. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. All right, you have some teachers that willing to have those students that are willing to learn. If they're willing to learn, you have teachers will bypass that extra money and teach you because they want to see what they're teaching excelling to you, so you grow into a excel adult out there in the world to represent that that teacher taught me. I don't have to pay no extra cash because I didn't have it. But because of my ability to learn and willingness to achieve my goal, they put their effort into me. So it can go both ways. But as I said, their education is not free. You have to pay at some point. At some point.
True. That's true, Kirk. Thank you for that input. Thank you for that. Go ahead, Soji.
Yeah, but also the society owes its citizens the need to educate and inform said citizens. Yes, there is a price. The price is your time. The price doesn't have to be material to the point where what you're create, once you add the issue of money into education, what you've done is you've done what Plato actually argues for, which is certain people should work for others so that the others can think in their own leisure. So this idea of aristocracy or monarchy in the European sense, where you see all these kings and queens, they're living the Plato model. So everybody else, you work for them to be at their leisure. So we gained independence for a reason. If the point of independence is that we want to do things the way we want to do it, then surely the people that we see that look like us, we should place their needs as priorities of society, and teachers should be adequately compensated, scholarships, subsidized housing, lots of incentives. You might not give them money materially, but, give them opportunity that would mean the little money they get is not going towards the provision of things they actually do need,
right?
Like rent, like, transportation. I yield.
Yeah. So for everyone listening, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about Plato. And it's going to sound similar to an ism, right? So let's get into it. Plato is often considered an elitist because of his views on knowledge, virtue, and democracy. Knowledge. Plato believed that philosophy and knowledge were the capacity of a single person. He believed that virtue requires knowledge, and that the knowledge required for virtue is knowledge of Platonic forms. Virtue. Plato believed that only philosophers can be virtuous. He believed that only philosophers can have happy lives. Democracy. Plato opposed democracy, believing that it was dangerous because of excessive freedom. He believed that democracy would, and I'm swallowing hard on this part, would allow selfish people to attain power. Social structure. Plato believed in a hierarchical system where the educated few would rule. He believed that citizens should devote their unique abilities for the service of the public or state. Okay.
Yep. Hence 1984. Sorry, Animal Farm. Animal Farm.
Animal Farm, go get the book, folks.
Yeah.
4 legs good, 2 legs better. We're all created equal, but some are more equal than others.
He even goes a step further in his book. He said, I don't know how this is going to sound. He said, well, essentially, if you're not Greek, the rest of the world are barbarians. So, bearing in mind that Greece actually took all their ideas from Egypt. So you see how naughty that kind of stance is.
Do we see history repeating itself, Adasoji?
Hence, once I heard you mention Plato, I'm like, whoa, okay. That's it's playing out. It's playing out in the United States. Yes.
You see, and this is why it's so important that we read. If we don't like to read, learn to listen. Audiobooks are available. Jump on YouTube. There's so much information there that you can listen to while you're doing whatever it is that you're doing. Some of us don't have the wherewithal to sit still. We don't, right? For varying reasons. But that should not prevent us from seeking out the information, right? You can listen to us. You'll learn a lot here, We're forever teaching because we're forever learning.
Yep.
Right. So, with nearly $500 million allocated to education in the 2025 budget, including close to $100 million for the University of the West Indies and approximately $200 million for secondary schools, Morris stressed that systemic change must be prioritized over superficial fixes. If we do not see real reform, then we will have wasted this investment. And I want to talk about this last fragment here before we move on real quick. Not going to spend much time, but he makes a very valuable or a very salient point, I should say. Every year, regardless of which country you're in, we have budget debates, right? And we hear figures being thrown around. Do we ever question how they come up with these figures? Do we ever ask for a deep dive into how these figures will be allocated, how exactly they're going to be spent, in what areas? Do we then, at the end of the period, when the money has been injected into whatever portfolio, do we ever come up and say, okay, show us the books, let us see how the money was used? Is it in tandem with what was positioned?
Good luck with holding our position.
I said, don't hold my breath. No, because far too often figures are saying, oh, we're going to put this into that, and we'll put this into that. Everybody go boom, 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 boom on the table them. And yes, But really and truly, what do we as citizens do beyond that? We have to hold ourselves accountable. We can't just point the finger on the government and the institutions in place, right? We have a hand in this. We listen, we cheer them on. Now we need our answers. By the way, has the audit been done on the $3 trillion in Jamaica? Just asking for a friend. Just asking for a friend.
And I'm the friend.
It's all in hand. It's all in hand.
Okay. All right. 8 minutes after the top of the hour. Thank you to everyone listening on QMZRadio.com, JanoRadio.com, MadMusicHouse.com. Thank you to everyone watching on YouTube Live and on TikTok Live. Coffee and Toe comes to you in part by LormelSkinFood.com for a natural, beautiful you. And grandcoffeehouse.com enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Just use the code COFFEEINTO20 at checkout. All right, next up, Finance Minister will give up U.S. visa and stand behind Cuba. Article dated March 19, courtesy of nowgrenada.com. Finance Minister Dennis Cornwall said that he and others in government are willing to give up their U.S. visas in support of the people of Cuba. As a former graduate of a Cuban university, he has a moral obligation. And as a government minister, he believes that the Cuban doctors and nurses in Grenada's healthcare system are providing irreplaceable service. He said, I always believe you have to put the people above one's political self. And in that sense, I believe that my government has already cited that we are prepared to go to the extreme to make sure to keep our people safe. So, if it means that we have to give up our visa rights to the US to make sure that Grenada stands behind Cuba as one of the countries that supports Grenada in thick and thin, so be it. 10 toes down with him
Extreme?
chest.
Did you say extreme? There's nothing extreme. That's basic humanity. That's basic humanity. There's nothing extreme about holding that position. Now, yeah, and kudos to him for doing that. Oh, yeah, Grenada. Oh, sorry. I thought it was, but we're still waiting.
You
Well,
thought it was the oil country?
yeah. I thought it was the big fish. But hey, we're still waiting.
We're still waiting indeed. All right, next up, let us head on over to Jamaica. PNP files lawsuit to prevent Portmore from becoming a parish. But I thought this was a done deal. I never know said it was still in the ballots. I didn't know that. I thought it was done, signed off on, and moving forward, because the way the current administration spoke, I didn't know. But anyway, we do have a soundbite for this. Let me go ahead and pull it up. Whoops. Oh Lord, where are you? Here we go. Close that out. Okay, so opposition leader Mark Golding has said that the PNP has filed a lawsuit to block Portmore from being declared the country's 15th parish. Let me go ahead and let's play this.
This institutional innovation has contributed greatly to the elimination of political violence in the country. Absolutely. It is very sad to see this government going down a path that will undermine this transformational national achievement. I urge the Prime Minister to ensure that as part of his legacy to Jamaica, this inconceived legislation is not brought into effect. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, in the meantime, yesterday, we filed suit in the Constitutional Court to strike down the legislation.
He says the legislation is damaging to the country's democracy. Mr. Golding also accused Prime Minister Holness of issuing veiled threats against the country's democracy.
I have never heard any Prime Minister before this one, whether PNP or JLP, declaring in an ominous tone that the opposition must not return to power. That injunctive statement, repeated several times in recent weeks, carries a veiled threat to our democracy. The emergence of this threat was already presaged by previous unconstitutional conduct, like procuring pre-signed letters. It is an imminent danger to everything that Jamaicans have fought for over the centuries. Such statements foster that feeling of unease, the most uncomfortable feeling that the will of the people may be undermined. No politician or government should set that tone in our democracy.
That was Mark Golding, opposition leader. The party has decried the government's efforts to transition the municipality into a parish. It claims the move is an attempt by the JLP to manipulate the boundaries for political gains. They've also argued that the matter should be decided through a referendum, allowing Portmore residents to determine their municipality's future. I'll say this, Mr. Golding. When campaign time comes, people are gonna say, what am I gonna say? Right? I wouldn't read too much into it, because it is the business of the campaigner to double down, to drive home, to reinforce to their supporters, the persons that from whom they're seeking votes, to sway them, right? Them one gets in their mind, so they're not gonna do it. They're gonna use, certain language. We may not like the undertone, but it's the messaging. Go ahead, Jack.
So I know what side you're on, but but if they declare a parish, does that mean that the party will change because of the numbers in that parish?
Not that the party will change. It is they feel it's a political ploy to gain votes, giving them the leverage.
Gotcha. Just add, okay.
Right.
Either way, it's adding more people or giving the ability for more people to vote.
Listen. Hold on a second. Let me tell you something. You can do what you want, though. You can't come on my gate with one truckload of food. You could have come with one truckload of cement, steel, and black. Me, I go vote how me want vote at the end of the day. Go right ahead, niece. Niece, where you there?
But why don't they have?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead, niece. Go ahead. Niece, we're not hearing you. Okay, go ahead, Jack, in the meantime.
Why doesn't that parish have that ability right now?
Because it's not a parish right now. It's part of a parish. It hasn't been
It's
separated.
part of a parish.
Right, it hasn't been separated yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does it need to be?
Many know what the people that want.
So what is the reason for? I guess I'm wanting to know what is the reason of the parish.
So it can be its own municipality. Go ahead, niece. Go ahead.
Sorry about that earlier.
No, man, it's all right.
So in 2020, it's all politics. In 2020, PNP wanted to give parish status to Portmore. I don't know if they were the first ones who had said it, but in 2020, they were pushing for it. Of course, JLP was against it, right? So here we are now that JLP is okay, fine. We're ready to move this forward in terms of budgeting, in terms of funding, of what it takes to get it to parish status. Now PNP is saying they're opposing. The only reason they're opposing is because they are not the ones to implement it, right? And I guess it was the same thing why JLP had opposed it back then. I don't think funding was in place or anything, or all the groundwork that needed to have been done was not yet done at that time. But now they're just waiting for the ink on that paper to dry so they can start building the hotel, the hospitals, the post office, and all that things that that are assigned to a parish. It's just political. It's no other reason.
But let me ask you a question. Them know from Wapikill Phillip said there are certain infrastructural changes that need to happen in Portmore. Why them never get it done? Everybody complains in a hospital that they are Portmore. They forgot Kingston or go over Spanish Town. Why was this never addressed?
And that should have been done when they were doing the building and planning of.
You sound far.
That should have been done. That sound better now?
Yeah, much better.
Yeah, that should have been done when they were building a Portmore. I don't know how they were. Well, I guess at the time they were not thinking parish status. But yeah, once they started talking about it, they should have sought the funding for it, put it in the budget, and they said, listen, this is what we're hoping to do, this is what we'd like to table. Again, it comes back to conversations. But I guess whoever they were planning on putting forth as the standard bearer for over there would have been in the favor of PNP if they had done it. And I guess whoever is there now is probably the JLP person, the standard bearer, who would win if there's an election. So of course PNP is against it.
And it is political at the end of the day. It's a political plot. And we need to stop doing this with people. Look and see if is it beneficial. Is it necessary? First of all, is it necessary? What is to be gained? Drama indeed. What is to be gained from making it its own parish? Is it ready to become its own parish? You can't want turn it in a parish, use it as weaponized politically, so to speak, and then tell people themselves, well, after is when you will get your hospital. You don't have my interest at heart, really. Let's be honest. You don't really have the citizens' interests at heart. And that should be paramount. That should be first and foremost. But a politics it name. Yes, child. Big politics. Still in Jamaica, PNP junior spokesperson says Golding's budget plans are credible. According to Nationwide Radio JM, the People's National Party, PNP junior spokesperson on finance, Cleveland Tomlinson, says the plans for the country, as outlined by opposition leader Mark Golding in his budget presentation on Tuesday, are indeed credible, despite the absence of the attendant cost to taxpayers. I never just read, I'm just read. The People's National Party, them junior spokesperson for finance, Cleveland Tomlinson, say they plan them for the country what Mark Golding outlined in a for him budget presentation on Tuesday are credible, then good, despite the absence. In other words, they not make we know how much it going to cost we the taxpayer, but they good. Hold on, let's go ahead and listen to this report from Dana Davy.
Premature. That's how Cleveland Tomlinson is describing the criticism about the absence of the relevant costing for the big plans announced by Mark Golding in his budget presentation on Tuesday.
I think it's premature as of now. It is a responsibility that we're not seeking to divorce ourselves from. We are acutely aware that it is expected for us to indicate how these things will be funded and costed. It's not a responsibility we're seeking to circumvent. However, I think it could be interpreted as premature to expect that in the budget presentation that historically has been treated by the leaders of the political parties, the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition, as a state of the nation debate where they seem all encompassing on the issues impacting every corner of Jamaica. I think that you are not going to expect that he will get into the nitty-gritty and the mathematical models.
Among Golding's headline promises are several measures for home ownership, to include lower interest rates for public sector workers and a young owners deposit fund. Through the fund, persons 35 and under will be able to access a $500,000 grant for their housing deposit. He has also committed to end the extraction of $11.4 billion from the National Housing Trust, NHT. That drawdown helps to fund the annual expenditure budget. The opposition leader did not say in his presentation how he would plug the $11.4 billion budget shortfall, but he did say he will recapitalize the NHT with lands to restore value for the nearly $137 billion that has been taken from it to fund successive governments over the past 12 years. Golding also announced initiatives to bring more Jamaicans onto the JPS power grid. The Electricity Empowerment Program will cover the cost for low-income households to have their houses rewired, inspected, and certified. He has also committed to providing the incentive of a credit against their light bills for a period after they become customers and provide their homes with solar panels. He's also promising to subsidize the transportation cost of children across several rural parishes and provide one nutritious meal to every needy student at the primary and secondary level. Golding chided the government over the state of healthcare in the country and has committed to refurbishing every operating theater across the country. He did not provide a costing for these headline plans. Tomlinson says those crucial numbers will be presented in the coming days and weeks.
The opposition leader over the coming weeks and days will be able to engage with the Jamaican people to attach the very same thing that you have asked for in his presentation.
Why is he withholding it then until later next week, Cleveland, or next week? Why would he withhold it? Yeah.
That it was not provided in the budget debate, George, doesn't mean it does not exist.
Meanwhile, Tomlinson says Golding's presentation hit the mark despite the absence of numbers to show taxpayers how much his plans will cost.
If you ask the average Jamaican, did Mark meet the expectation? I think the average Jamaican will tell you yes. Because the average Jamaican wants to know, overarchingly, what is the direction in which a Mark Golden government would take Jamaica. Yeah. And that does not disqualify the aspect that there needs to be some degree of costing.
Dana Davy for Nationwide News.
I remember several times when my father was alive. I'm in my 20s. The amount of time I go to my father with ideas. Oh, daddy, me need so and so become a wonder so and so. And my father look at me and say, where's the business plan? Where's the business plan? Little poor we. Where is the business plan? Yes, it's all well and good that you want to do XYZ, but where is the business plan? How did you arrive at that figure that is the amount you're going to need? What is the cost of X? Mr. By the time the man done with me, Mr. No bother. Mr. Don't bother. It's okay. You are going to don't laugh. Please don't laugh. You are going to present proposals to. By the way, hold on, stick a thing. Pump the brakes. How was the birthday, Dr. Sharon? How was the birthday? Happy belated birthday to you. Hope you had a fabulous time yesterday. We wish you nothing but the best. God's blessings for another year. Life, health, and strength. And of course, all of that is wealth. Let me ask a question. So if my poor little papa, in a few humble state, could have sought me out quick and fast, the government or those who are desirous of being going back in power, I got to tell me some if you wait the numbers that about them can't present them to me in a couple of days or a couple of weeks. No, if you're coming to the table to ask me for something, dot your I's, cross your T's, otherwise I'm going to block you out. Me not time for you. And I'm supposed to take you seriously? Explain that to me. You are not providing a cost for these headline plans. But you're going to garner my votes. This sounds like concepts of a plan to me. Sounds familiar? And you see the chaos and confusion at concepts of a plan. Hey, Lord of mercy.
It's just yesterday I was saying, you know what, there's too much of what the opposition in Jamaica is saying sounds exactly like what is going on here in terms of our future. But I wanted to go back a little bit about Portmore. So Jamaica's population is, I think, probably 2.8 million now. That 0.8 of that 2 million is between Kingston and Portmore. And I say Kingston and Portmore. I didn't say St. Catherine and St. Kingston and St. Andrew. I said Portmore and Kingston. That traffic alone. So when you say what is the purpose or what's the benefit to it, definitely there's benefits and to be had in them getting their parish status and keeping persons, limiting persons or giving persons an option. You don't necessarily have to come to Kingston and join a 3-4 hour line, which is counterproductive.
Right.
And, staying in Portmore. Because even when they did the highway to St. Thomas and did the bus service, I was like, oh, thank God, because then that gives persons another option. You don't have to live in Kingston. You can live in St. Thomas and commute.
Right.
And just to justify that, is it needed? Yes. Are the additional service needed? Absolutely, yes.
Okay. All right. That's reasonable. Them fix the mosquito issue over there in Portmore?
No.
Okay.
Why would they? Because it only means that you would fix the drains and you would debush. That it's a simple environmental fix. Why would they want to do it? Where's the benefit in having that done? It's probably an experiment that they have conducting over there. Because they're only over there.
Kirk, I laugh. Me, because listen to me. I've been to Portmore a couple of times, but the only time I got that side was really for go Hellshire. And remember one time when I do like buying and selling, and some people did over there when I sell too, and I go collect my money. Oh, Mosquito bite you, they better walk with you off. Have they fixed those basic concerns? Huh? Basic. Not ask for much. Clear out the drain them. But anyway, talk to the people of Portmore, hear what they want. It is important to hear what they want. So, but back to this one now. So, among Golding's headline promises are several measures for home ownership to include lower interest rates for public sector workers and a young owners deposit fund. Through the fund, people 35 and under will be able to access a $500,000 grant for their housing deposit. I was listening to Nationwide News on, was it Tuesday? I think it was on Tuesday evening or Wednesday with when Robbie and Williams was on. I was watching her live, and the clip that was played, if I'm not mistaken, the record, what was proposed was that they would initiate a rent to own program, right? The reason behind the rent to own program is not everybody is able to come up with the deposit that is required, whatever the deposit amount is, whatever the percentage of the cost of the home is. You would be able to come do a rent to own program after you have made so many rental payments that are equivalent, these payments are equivalent to the deposit. Then now you would be able to start the path to switching from rent to mortgage. I think that's good. If they can do that, I think that's not a bad idea at all. Because somebody who is paying rent and still have to find the money to put aside to come up with a down payment, there might be constraints. And it is something that is done here in the US. There are people who do it on a private level where they tell you, okay, you can go on a rent to own program. There are benefits to be had from that, right? He committed to end the extraction of $11.4 billion from the NHT. He said he will recapitalize the NHT with lands to restore value for the nearly $137 billion that has been taken from it to fund successive budgets over the past 12 years. Initiatives to bring Jamaicans onto the Jamaica Public Service Company power grid. By the way, who do the maths? Who do the maths? Well, Auntie Fairval did the other day. Let me calculate that there. No, I run off my mouth. 12 times 3. So, let me ask Auntie Fairval a question. Auntie Fairval, you did go Wharton School of Business. Me never have them the luxury there, nor privilege there. The $72,000 where you say people can save up over 3 years. You know, so by the time the 3 years come round, that the $72,000 can buy no pro box again. And that they can't buy no little pro box again. And we never like the tone when you use anti-favorable when you talk about one little. Don't do that anti-favorable. We have to be careful, when we sit in our positions of privilege. We have to be careful the words we use when we're talking to those. Donna, please to leave the people there alone. Come over here with yourself. I'll stress on the people there. We have to be careful the words we use when we're talking to those who are less fortunate than us, right, Auntie Favor? Because me did feel away, Auntie Favor, when I talk about liquor pro box. What if that liquor pro box is a big deal to me, Auntie Favor? So you shouldn't have called that liquor. Cultural terms of endearment. And that you call it this? The liquor pro box. $72,000 anti-favor in 3 years, double that, triple that, and that they are going to need for the deposit. And I see what you're saying. Let's just not miss the message, right? It just so it was delivered. She's encouraging people to save, right? Because of the tax breaks that are coming, that people will be able to take advantage of. That extra $2,000 that you'd have had to shell out. She's encouraging you to save it up so that eventually you can buy a vehicle that you that you will find, you know, to match your budget, right? Yeah. So, but anyway, back to the power grid. Hmm. So you want to bring people onto the power grid, Mr. Golding. You're also saying that the electricity empowerment program will cover the cost of low-income households to have their houses rewired, inspected, and certified. But didn't Favor say something like this in her thing, that there would be an allocation as far as the Jamaica Public Service is concerned of somewhat $4,000, I think, over a 6-month period? I saw it was $4,000 every month for the next 6 months. And that would allow people to be able to have their homes rewired, inspected, and certified. So this sounds like a copy and paste to me, Mr. Golding. What's the difference between what you're proposing and what Anti-Faval said? He also committed to providing the incentive of a credit against their light bills for a period after they become customers and provide their homes with solar panels. Okay, he's also promising to subsidize the transportation cost of children across several rural parishes. That's a win. That's a win. No, that's a win. Provide one nutritious meal to every student at the primary and secondary level. That's a win. Yeah. What's going to cost us? We just want to know. We need the figures. We need to know what's going to cost us. Golding chatted the government over the state of healthcare in the country and has committed to refurbishing every operating theater across the country. Yeah, we will take that because we don't know so the healthcare infrastructure not stay good. We know say it want clean up, fix up, repair, and all of these things. We're fully aware of that, so we'll take that. What we're asking for is the specific cost to each proposal. Simple as that, right? Don't come talk about so despite the absence of numbers for sure we. With it, God a poll go vote for you. Convince me. Run the numbers. Some of us do numbers. Dollars and cents. That's how we talk. Next up, Jamaica's largest 4-lane bridge is almost done. I didn't even know this was in the works, but let's go ahead and get into it. According to JamaicaStar.com, Managing Director of the National Road Operating and Constructing Company, Stephen Edwards, says Jamaica's largest 4-lane bridge, which is currently under construction over the Montego River in St. James, is 95% complete. Edwards, speaking during a Jamaica Information Service think tank, described the 180-meter bridge as a signature piece in the Montego Bay Perimeter Road project, and more specifically, the Montego Bay Bypass. He further noted that the bridge has surpassed the local record previously held by the 150-meter long bridge in the Maypen to Williamsfield segment of Highway 2000. Okay. By the way, talking about bridges, do they have any plans in place to do something about Rio Cobra? I don't know if they're able to put in guardrails or anything, but me tired for here say Kiara turn over, tired for here say Bossa turn over, tired for here say Chaka turn over and the people them river. Do we have any plans to do something? I know it is it'll come from way back when. It has historical significance, but what can be done when we talk about safety going? Leave that one alone. But we have to talk about it. We have to address that one. There has to be a way for them to put in some safety measures, something where it won't take away from the bridge, but people can cross it safely. You know, there are some people who don't want to cross it. Some people who cannot cross it, and we need them to be able to cross the bridge. You know, I don't know himself. Can they put up another one, another bridge? Probably build another bridge right beside it, so that you have one dedicated to going, you know, that way. The other one coming this way. Is that a possibility? I think that is something that can be explored in 2025 with all the technology and that we have available, with all the engineering scholars that we have. I think they try. I think them need to try harder. they can try harder. I think it can be done. Me think it can do because way back when that the bridge there. Hold on there before me run off my mouth and quote the wrong time. Hold on there. Hold on there, people. Let me get the right information. Oh, hold on, folks. Okay, let's go back here because I forgot my history. I'm not ashamed to talk. So the old cast iron bridge, that's no, not that one. The bridge, not that one, not that one. 1774. All right. So 1774 is when the flat bridge was first built. At 2025, you're gonna tell me, say, we're not more advanced to put up another bridge beside it. That way you eliminate the two-way traffic thing, and some people full of no sense and full of them so arrogant, them not have like a patience to wait. I don't know, just a thought, but hey, widen it, something, do something with it. Anyway, all right, let's keep it moving. Next up, declassified JFK files reveal CIA field bases in the Caribbean. Let's get Alexia said, morning, Alexia. Alexia said, the duppy them would have raised. Come on, Shan. Next up. Let's keep it moving. I'm telling you. According to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, a newly declassified trove of U.S. government documents on the assassination of former President John F. Kennedy has shed light on the CIA's extensive surveillance network, revealing previously undisclosed field bases in the Caribbean and Latin America. The files released by the Trump administration via the National Archives on Tuesday provide a new insight into the CIA's operations across the region. In accordance with President Donald Trump's directive of March 17, 2025, all records previously withheld for classification that are part of the President John F. Kennedy assassination records collection are released. The National Archives noted that on its website. Among the Caribbean cities named in the documents are up front and center, so we have to wave your flag. Kingston, Jamaica; Georgetown, Guyana; Port-au-Prince, Haiti; Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic; and Santiago de los Caballeros in the Dominican Republic, all of which were identified as CIA field sites under the agency's WH division, which oversaw operations in Latin America. The list also includes Panama City and Guatemala City, two key locations historically linked to U.S. intelligence activity. Joe, what kind of question that? The people them say, allow it. So in Jamaica, long-standing rumors of CIA involvement, particularly in the politically turbulent 1970s and 1980s, now appear to be corroborated.
Who was asking about why Bob Marley can't get? Somebody was asking about why Marley can't get hero status.
We all been asking.
Okay.
It's been an ongoing conversation.
Continue talking.
So for those of us who don't know, corroborate means to support, confirm.
Yeah, but
Let's read down other soldier. Make we read on a little more.
Okay.
The rivalry between the Jamaica Labour Party, JLP, and the People's National Party, PNP, often led to accusations of foreign interference. Some accounts suggest that the CIA sought to undermine the PNP-led government due to its socialist policies and ties to Cuba. While these claims have circulated for decades, the newly released documents may offer fresh insights into the extent of U.S. intelligence operations on the island. The release is part of a broader declassification effort that was originally mandated for completion in 2017. However, delays kept many files classified until now, with some portions still redacted for national security reasons. Excuse me. CIA surveillance in the Caribbean. While much of the information had been suspected or partially disclosed in earlier document releases, the newly available records provide further confirmation of U.S. intelligence activities in the Caribbean. The region was a key battleground for Cold War maneuvering, particularly after the 1959 Cuban Revolution, which intensified U.S. surveillance of communist movements throughout the hemisphere. One document details the CIA's tracking of a Cuban national code name Amphuana 1, who was sent to Cuba in 1961 and later built a network of at least 20 informants, compiling over 50 intelligence reports. Though this case was focused on Cuba, it underscores the scope of U.S. intelligence gathering efforts throughout the Caribbean. The files also raise fresh questions about U.S. involvement in shaping political developments in the region. The Cold War era saw numerous covert interventions, including coups, propaganda campaigns, and financial support to aligned political factions, which had long term implications for Caribbean nations. For Caribbean countries, these revelations provide a deeper understanding of how the CIA operated within their borders during a period of intense geopolitical tension. While many governments were US allies, others, particularly those perceived to have socialist leanings, found themselves under heavy surveillance and targeted for covert action. Take it away, Adasoji. Where Adasoji gone? So, it's like the people that I tell all along. Let me sip my coffee. I need some rum. Mm. Some people did when I said CIA, some people say line up no go so. Oh yes.
I find it interesting that Red Cap is releasing this now because it was supposed to be released when he was in office and he decided not to do it because he felt that it would shine a light on some things that they wanted to keep secret. Why now is he releasing it? That's all I have to say. Why now?
Hey. Lord have mercy, it's sticky out there. It's sticky out there, Judge. Sticky out there.
Or did he already get rid of the evidence that he didn't want to show back then?
So remember the article said, Ja, that some of the information has been redacted.
Oh, I missed that part. Okay.
Edited, folks. Edited. So you know when we do an edit, you take out, you put in, you reconstruct, redaction, you sanitize the something, you clean it up a little bit. Yeah. You carefully select what it is that you want publicized and what it is that you want to protect. So releasing this for me means nothing. I'm going to be quite frank. If you are releasing a redacted document, it means there is some information that is still being withheld, which I cannot have a reasonable conversation without those missing pieces. A puzzle is not complete until we have all the pieces put together. I cannot put forth a reasonable argument. I cannot support or oppose without the missing pieces. When there is interference, it changes the narrative. It changes the way one is able to argue, the way one is able to think. and the arguments put forth. I have nothing to say until I know exactly what the full details are, raw as ever.
And it's interesting that they made it all about Kennedy. He was releasing stuff about Kennedy. You spoke about a lot of other things. Why didn't that come to fruition? Why wasn't that spoken of in our news?
Alexia, don't be afraid to talk me there. Come, but it's how we just have to change up, and we just keep calm, and just change up certain words, and you have to speak in a code and all these things. So yes, we have heard for years that the CIA has been involved, has interfered in Jamaica's affairs, right? However, again, me still can't say nothing because we don't have all the facts. If there's a reduction, we can't talk. So I'm right back to if something no go so, it nearly go so. You know that famous saying. Stop saying whose name, Ja?
Me no know.
Why I must stop saying her name? She's a part of us, no?
I thought she wanted to claim anonymity.
But she's over here with us on YouTube Live with our name.
Oh, she is? I'm not on YouTube, so okay. I remember a conversation from last month or a month before.
She said, I don't have no filter. She needs help. Yes, I'm just gonna go ahead and move right along on this one. When everything is they're ready to bring everything to the forefront, then me can talk, then can contact me about this. Until then, I have no position on whatever it is. Am I wrong for taking that stance? I don't know. But I'll hold on to that for now. You can't, when people come to you with like a sauce, with like a tea, with like a drama, and you start asking questions and them can't answer the questions. You know what I mean? So go back and go get the rest of the story and then come back contact me.
Why would you be wrong for your thoughts?
No, I mean, some people might say you should still be able to pose an opinion. So the Cold War, folks, is a period of geopolitical tension, right? And rivalry at the time that was going on between the United States and the USS, the Soviet Union, right? Characterized by ideological and economic competition and a whole bag of things that really did unnecessary, if you ask me. A lot of the problems we have in the world today it's about power and control and greed, and all of that didn't have to come into play. All of that don't have to exist. Just let everybody live. Next up, look, we're going to have a coffee pot. Let us go down in the coffee pot in our entertainment news segment in Coffee in Two. And we're doing good with our time. Yay. Bounty killer. Angry cross is a rebel. I like him clean up, split up. I like the new look on him. Yes, I like the new look, Bounty. One with yourself. Anyway, according to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, Bounty Killer regains U.S. visa. And his name, TikTok is an artist name. It's an artist name, okay? So Bounty, let me just probably say that, regains U.S. visa after 15 years. So CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. By the way, stick up in, why am I getting an alert that Church's Texas Chicken is to open their first location in Jamaica this year? We don't need it. Do we really need Church's Chicken down there in Jamaica? We have enough problems down there as it relates to health.
Oh, they really trying to unalive y'all.
Anybody hear about Eat Church's Chicken?
I love their biscuit.
Church's Chicken. Oh, you gotta compete with KFC. Hey, KFC, all the people them down there now. So, how una go compete with what una go put in a phone or seasoning to lure the people them away from KFC? I don't eat churches here, much less Jamaica. I wouldn't go with churches chicken in Jamaica. Who do I talk to? But anyway, let me stick to the article. Bounty killer. Dance hall icon. Yes, Bounty has officially regained his US visa, ending a 15-year travel restriction that had barred him from performing in one of the genre's most significant markets. This follows the reinstatement of US travel privileges for fellow Jamaican artists Beanie Man and Vibes Cartel earlier this year. Born Rodney Price shared the news with his fans on Instagram, expressing gratitude and resilience. God is the greatest all the time, despite how it may seem. Like in March 2010, my visa was revoked for what reasons up until this day is unknown. Fast forward 15 years later, today, March 2025, I arrived in the States with no hassle. The greatest thing, I never had to beg, bend, or bow. I stayed true to myself, vigilant and resilient. The revocation of his visa in 2010 significantly impacted the Bounty's international career, limiting his ability to perform and collaborate abroad. However, in 2023, he regained his UK visa, allowing him to reconnect with his European fan base. Now, with his return to the US, his global presence is set for a major resurgence, with fans eagerly anticipating potential performances and new projects. This reinstatement aligns with a broader shift in the dancehall industry. In July 2024, Vibes Cartel was released from prison after serving 13 years, following the overturning of his 2014 MCON unaliving conviction due to juror misconduct. Similarly, Beanie Man, a longtime peer in the industry, also regained his US visa earlier this year, marking a positive change for Jamaican artists previously facing travel restrictions. With these developments, the dancehall scene is poised for a resurgence on the international stage as its biggest names reconnect with global audience. Is a good look. Is a good look. Hey! Hey! Well, foreign no good again. But anyway, can you imagine them having a concert with Beanie, Bounty, Vibes? Who else we are put on the lineup? Who else we putting on the lineup? One night, Bojo, Berries. Who else we are put on the lineup? Who else? De- Dexter, baby. Woo!
That's Dexter, of course.
Who else you put on the lineup? Me can tell you, say, Bounty killer me up front and center. Ben Barrow our teeth me did up on me eye tap. Yeah. Sham, oh, listen, Sham only I get younger. Me not see him. Me don't know why I'm a drink. Him remind me of Lawrence State. Some people just don't seem to age at all. Whatever baby Sham I do, keep doing it, baby Sham, because me I tell you, you're looking younger, younger and younger and younger. Oh boy. Wallet girl, wallet, wallet, wallet. But yeah, I'm happy for him. I saw someone make a comment on TikTok yesterday wanting to know wanting to know how it is that all these artists make a connection with what's his name? Khaled. Go ahead, Jack.
Because he's a businessman.
And they are of the feeling that Khaled has ties inside the embassy.
See, for them to come to UN, they need to have somebody who would have invited them, and if they're being invited to represent or as a management team of DJ Khaled, who is recognized, and they're going to be performing, it's easier for them to get it. Yeah. Most of them come through that way. Oh yeah, like she said, kind of like Ramesh. He's a businessman. He's nothing without them, because without a Jamaican person singing beside him, who is DJ Khaled?
Another one. Yes, people. So let us see now. It is time for dancehall music to take back its rightful position. If you ask me, my love, I'm a piano. Don't come for me, but you know it go already. Um, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Let's see where they take this. So, by the way, folks, Church's Chicken will be on Mall Plaza, Constant Spring Road in Kingston. Yeah, that's what them I got there. Who will be owning this thing? I may have to dig a little deeper. Come on, I want to know who are on this. Global fast food chain Church's Texas Chicken is set to enter the Jamaican market with its first restaurant at Mall Plaza and Constant Spring Road in the third quarter of 2025. The company also plans to expand across the island in the coming years. The expansion is being facilitated through a partnership with the Global Brands Group of companies, a leading restaurant management company in the Caribbean. The group operates over 140 restaurants across 12 brands in TNT, Trinidad and Tobago, St. Lucia, St. Kitts, and Jamaica. We're delighted to continue to work with Church's Texas Chicken and support its growth in the Caribbean, said Anthony Sagba Aboud, director of Global Brands Group. The Kingston Church's restaurant is the first step in our expansion in Jamaica. Church's Texas Chicken has maintained a presence in the Caribbean for years, and its entry into Jamaica aligns with the company's global expansion strategy. I don't know how I feel about that. Jamaica is already home to several major fast food chains, including KFC, Burger King, Wendy's, Popeyes, and Starbucks. KFC has a significant footprint in the island, with dozens of locations, while Burger King and Wendy's also have an established presence. Popeyes has been expanding in the country, offering its signature spicy fried chicken, and Starbucks has introduced its coffee shops to the Jamaican market in recent years. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm sorry. I think we have enough.
I agree.
I think we have enough. And we talk about, wasn't it just last week or the week before, we had the articles as it relates to health across the Caribbean, obesity concerns, diabetes.
I thought that was this week.
Was this week or last week?
I thought it was this week.
But it was recently. I don't know. When is it the government's position or place to say no? At what point do we step in and take control? Because it is going to put an increased burden on our healthcare infrastructure, which is already not up to par, to combat the issues, the potential health issues.
I think they're being introduced there supposedly to bring more tourism. So tourists will have supposedly more options, not thinking that the food is not great for the body.
And Elijah, the best fried chicken is one of them roadside vendors. No lie.
Homemade.
Not gonna lie. I don't see what the rave is over, the one that seem to have everybody. Just like how Starbucks have a hold on people here in the States, this one have a hold on people in Jamaica. I've had it. I don't see the fascination. I'm not gonna tell no lie. Me taste food from a roadside vendor. What tastes way better. I mean that.
So free economy, free market. Golden Crust is here. I think, is it Tasty Patty or Juicy Patty recently came here too. So them going there, I mean, how I see it is strategic partnerships. Because one thing I hope they did was to say, listen, is that my phone?
No,
Is
I
that
think no, it's Alexa. I'm gonna mute Alexa's mic. Go
okay?
ahead, carry on.
So one thing I hope they did was to say, hey, you have to buy our chicken here. Because for health purposes, which is probably not good too, because that's saying that when Golden Cross and Tasty's here, we're telling them they have to buy the American food. But it would be good if there was some kind of bilateral agreement to say, okay, fine, can you at least purchase, to support our local market, at least purchase 60% of the chicken that is domestically grown here, and the employment also. So, I mean, it's a business opportunity. It's a lot of strategic relationships that can come from it. And remember that Burger King, I think, and KFC falls under Restaurants of Jamaica, which is owned by who? So the competition is good. The competition is never bad. And a lot of time you go to KFC, especially if they're, and that's one thing I've always said, why one other restaurant can't open and offer the same KFC? Call it Jamaican FC, all right? Because I go here to the Jamaican restaurant, that's listen, I want Jamaican fried chicken. I want it to taste the same way like Jamaican fried chicken, but it will never taste the same way because our Jamaican chicken meat is grown differently. And the flavor, the taste, the whole experience is it gives the meat a totally different vibe.
Yeah, go ahead, Jack. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Alexa. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
But niece, listen. We have a Jamaica brand, as it were, or a version of KFC. It named Bird Shack. Based out of Mobile.
Oh, really?
And yeah, and we have one, I think one is in Ochi, right? Why don't we try to promote what we have better here? Bird Shack tastes good. I've been into the two locations them and it ever full. So why don't we promote what we have here? And you said that they should at least try to use our chicken, or even a percentage of what they use should be our chicken, however, and you're saying maybe that's good or bad in terms of because of juicy in America. So you think juicy beef really? I try to import beef from Jamaica. We not have enough beef. A foreign beef we not eat over there when we eat it.
But do you know also that patty is
I
not
rebuke
all
you.
meat. It's not all meat. There's a thing called sweets that's used in it.
Sweet? Yeah.
Yeah, it's not all meat. A lot of people think
some pork in there. No, but I'm saying is for real. Come, babes. We not have enough beef. We're gonna be honest. We not have enough beef at Jamaica for import. It would have good. It would have good if we could export beef because at least the world would know say it is or to the organic. You know, when we say grass fed, we mean grass fed. And donkey people carry water go down in their gully go give them cow. Yeah, we not use bag feed upon no cow out here. No time. Yeah, people let go them cow. Right? But me sorry, how American beef you eat when you eat patty over there.
No, we import the frozen one from Jamaica, so stop it. I rebuke you.
Niece, enough cow no out here. Enough cow no out here. I'm sorry. We have more dairy cow here to produce a lot more milk than we have cows for meat. It is sad but true. We are trying our best to bring up the numbers because every year places like what we place up a Brownstone this name Moments.
Spice and Ice?
No man, the cow place. The cow place.
Menard.
Yeah, every year Menard has a large, more than one time a year still. Them have like where they sell cows, a variety of cows, because they want people to actually buy these animals and really branch out, you know. And I'm in several farming groups on Facebook, and we see a lot of people. They are in the beef industry, but we need more people to invest so that we could someday reach the point where we're selling beef all over the place, you know. But sorry, niece, his foreign beef.
So what you're suggesting is the Jamaican beef has been misrepresented in the state.
No comment.
Nah, say nothing. Me not say nothing.
Listen,
You
anybody
know-
coming over, they must carry a box of patty as part of the visa plan.
So why do you think every time somebody comes on a holiday, you hear them say, "Can 3 bucks of patty come?"
Kind of tastes nice when it comes straight from Jamaica.
Because it's real beef.
From. But no, I live across from Menard, right? And I can tell you the decline is very, very obvious. And it's heartbreaking to see what is going on over there and the fact that they're planning on selling it off to somebody who is building houses.
No, please don't say that. Please don't say that.
I hope they don't give them the permit for it, but that is the intent. And this is a business person. So, the same person who is fixing the road is the same person who But moving on to other things, you remember there was a point in Jamaica where cow every day somebody would have lit down a cow on the road because the cows were stray. There were so many cows, and then there was a point where a rope that you put around the cow's neck was more expensive than the cow itself. I don't remember, there was some disease going around and nobody wanted to buy beef. But definitely the population of cows, I think they need to keep a track on it, and they need to develop and grow. It's the same thing with the oranges. There used to be orange orchards everywhere. Now it is secluded to one particular location. It's the same thing with the cows. There used to be lots of locations that had a lot of cows, including island dairies, used to have a lot of cows. And now that population, they're focusing just on milk. So
this is my thing exactly. Like, I'm not saying that the government or whoever is in power isn't forward thinking. I just feel like they're forward thinking and just concentrating on select things. We are in the Caribbean. We should be producers. Okay? We shouldn't be a place where people come and try to buy real estate. Okay? We have good, rich soil. No joke. Why aren't we mass producing? Even when the world is DURN, the rest of that, food is always important.
To you, not to them.
But even when you have your big property, them moments, you don't need some feet. You can eat concrete and block.
That's what they think.
So when you're going to sell off all of this good farming property, what we are going to walk and pick up stone and eat?
It is my hope, niece. We also remember now we are sandwiched. We have Menard Estates to our left, and then we have Orange Valley Estates in front of us. And I noticed that they have a lot of cows, and the over Orange Valley Estates, and the cow population seems to be growing. So I sincerely hope they don't sell that land at all, because I don't want to look over on a house. I like looking at the grass. I like looking at the cows. So I hope they will further develop Orange Valley Estate as far as the animal husbandry is concerned.
If you're talking about that area behind where I live, like on the other side, yes. On the hill, yes. That one leading down to Tri-C, yes. All of that is going to be housing, that is earmarked for housing development. And I pray to God that he never gets approval for it. It's the same thing where they're trying to, I think Box are trying to get contracts to demolish the watershed in Trelawney. It's the same thing. Right? Somebody's trying to wiggle their way into getting these things signed without people looking with the distractions. Same person. Before I left Jamaica, I saw the convoy of trucks that he bought in hopes of getting that contract to destroy that location, to mine it out. Same person.
I can't be the same person. Text me in an IG. I remember if I see a person, I think I can't be the same person. Cannot be the same person.
The same 1 inch asphalt person, 1/4 inch.
Okay, and that story wraps up. Go ahead, Anna Soji.
1/4 inch human in Jamaica. Okay, interesting.
As it relates to the depth of asphalt that is used when paving roads.
I hope so.
I hope so too. You're absolutely right. In the chat on YouTube, 80 says, do not buy the hormonal chickens from a particular country. Ah, my dear 80, there's a lot that is beyond our control. A lot. Because what I could never understand is not just today. Why is it that imported chicken is cheaper than locally grown chicken in Jamaica? That don't make no sense.
It's called economic dumping. It's called dumping.
Thank you. We know. We know. We know. But I'm telling you so. All right. Now it is time for us to get into stories out of Latin America. We have one for you. Families search for loved ones after hundreds are taken on U.S. immigration and the flights. I'm sorry, let me reread that. So, families search for loved ones after hundreds taken on U.S. immigration flights disappear from online locator. This article dated the 18th can be found on pbs.org. Franco Caraballo called his wife Friday night, crying and panicked. Hours earlier, the 26-year-old barber and dozens of other Venezuelan migrants held at a federal detention facility in Texas were dressed in white clothing, handcuffed, and taken onto a plane. He had no idea where he was going. 24 hours later, Caraballo's name disappeared from the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement online detainee locator. On Monday, his wife, Johanny Sanchez, learned Caraballo was among the more than 200 Venezuelan immigrants flown over the weekend to El Salvador, where they are now held in a maximum security prison after being accused by the Trump administration of belonging to the Venezuelan Tren de Aragua gang. Sanchez insists her husband isn't a gang member. She struggles even to find logic in the accusation. Flights by U.S. immigration authorities set off a frantic scramble among terrified families after hundreds of immigrants vanished from ICE's online locator. Some turned up at that prison in El Salvador, a massive complex where visitors, recreation, and education are not allowed. The U.S. has paid El Salvador's government $6 million to hold the prisoners, many of them Venezuelan. The Venezuelan government rarely accepts deportees from the U.S., but many families have no idea where to find their loved ones. I have an issue with that. I have an issue with that. You should be able to find your family members. And the reason I'm saying I have an issue with it, I don't know. I think yesterday I came across an article that ICE admitted to picking up innocent people.
What is the meaning of human trafficking? I just want to ask.
Human transportation, we'll call it, or just call it the transportation of persons. We're going to change the name. Transportation of persons.
What the meaning of it? Anybody can Google that.
ICE, that's the meaning of it.
Cold water.
Can you imagine you're going about your business and then take you up? You know, this morning I had to have a very strong conversation with son number 3 before coming on air. He has this habit of leaving the house without a wallet. He leaves to go to his, what you call it, something, UFC training, right? Whatever you call that something. MMA, I don't know the right term. That's something there. So I come down and I see his wallet on the coffee table. So I turn around, I notice that his bag with his gear is gone. So I know him not in the yard, him gone. So when he comes back home, I say, listen to me, I beg you do. I beg you do. Do not leave your house without your wallet. If, God forbid, you get pulled over, you know where you're ending up? Because you don't have proof of your status You don't have nothing to prove. So you're born here. You don't have proof that you are an American citizen. Them gonna carry you go over one place, run a one part. And chances are we will not be able to find you. Me not have the thousands of dollars it is going to cost me to find a lawyer to do the research. So me I beg you do. Spare me the heartache. Spare me the potential tragedy that might happen. Do not leave this house without your wallet. Because you are no longer a minor where you will possibly be able to say, can I call my parents and make can quick and fast produce documents? So see me pick the documents here. I nearly lose my head this morning.
I agree with you, Moments. Y'all know that I keep my locks wrapped up, and especially when I'm walking during lunchtime, I decided that I need to at least have my driver's license with me for that same exact reason. And you know that date is coming up as far as that real ID is concerned. I don't know if you're going to speak on that story or not. That everyone needs to have that unfortunate star on their driver's license to prove that they are a legit citizen of the state. Yeah. Yeah. I yield.
Yeah, John, me go on bad this morning. Me go on bad this morning. Because it's not the first time he has left the house without his license. And it's not the first time I've spoken to him about it. But you know, you always have that one.
Yes. Yes.
And it's always the one that falls in the middle.
You have to show him these stories to see that people are disappearing. And the funny thing is, I think I heard a few days ago, even the people that they picked up, they took their IDs from them.
Yep,
Who's to say that they're even getting them back when they shipped them to wherever they want to ship them?
Some people have spent days, hours, some people hours, some people days. There was one gentleman he was held on to for, I think, 10 hours, and he was trying to tell them. They did not even check his wallet. He kept telling them, look in my wallet. They ignored him. 10 hours later, them decide to check him wallet and then release him. We have to protect ourselves.
I had to go and buy a pack of ear tags because I just got tired of talking to my grown-ass son. So I went and bought a pack of ear tags and just put about 3 of them throughout his car. And any bag or wallet that he has, I just stick one in there.
Listen, niece, I don't know. How old? The one that give me the most talking is 20. How old is yours, niece?
He's 25. Same amount of talking.
Okay.
No, don't listen.
How old is yours, Rasola?
My son is 21, but you know, my character is the 18-year-old, the daughter. She's a character. It's the same thing. But I've had that conversation with my son as well, especially since they both go to school downtown Georgia. They attend GSU, and if you know, GSU is not a compact college. GSU is spread out over the city. So they're walking, and it's downtown Atlanta. So they're literally like right by the Peacock and Auburn Avenue, these places that you don't necessarily want your children to roam around, whether they're 21, 18, or 25, right? So I have to constantly tell him that, we talk about going to that side, and, if you have to go to a class where you have to walk that area, try and circumvent the road, because I don't want you going nowhere near Auburn Avenue, right? So I've spoken to him, but he's good with it now. That was probably his first year, maybe into his second year. I always said, make sure you have your ID, but he's always been good with it. The funny thing is, it's with my daughter that I struggle. She just run out of time. Oh, I don't have my ID. Where is it? I don't know. So.
Very carefree.
And she is and she is the middle one.
Yeah, they're very carefree. I don't know. They have this carefree mentality. they're just living. Them just live their best life.
Because problems not hit them yet.
They live in their best life. Am I the only one who struggles with they make plans and you're the last to know about these plans?
If you know about them. The only reason I know is when they need a ride. Otherwise, I won't know. Imagine they're gone a whole semester. I mean, they're both here now with me. Thank the Lord. I love having them here. But even yesterday, she come downstairs and she was at the door, and I'm like, "What you doing?" "Oh, I'm going to brunch." "All right, go on." And we see the Uber come. "All right," because we know that it's not my Uber account. Good. So
I don't get these young people.
Mm-hmm.
They're making plans and you're never in it.
And the thing is, even when I lived with my mother after having my first child as an adult, I did not leave the house without telling her where I was going. And if I'm somewhere and that is, these aren't cell phone days, right? Sorry, my age. And and this is my first daughter, so I have an older daughter who's just as annoying. Anyway, even in those days, I would let her know, because if I didn't, she would chop my head off. Argument, the argument I would have to deal with coming home, or the amount of people she would call and scandalize my name in the concept of trying to look for me, because she can't find me, quote unquote. I'd rather just tell you where I'm going and leave in peace, rather than have to leave. I never ever had the thought to leave and not tell her where I was going. Sometimes I'm at somewhere and we go somewhere else and I forget to tell her, all right, I'm going to be home a little late. And then I dealt with the scandal, and I've learned, I learned to change my habits.
Right.
But I would never, ever, 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 ever.
Niece, that we had to ask a week in advance. Niece, I already
Yes.
ask a week in advance. On
Yes,
the
I know.
very day, them can turn around depending on the mood they're in and say, no, you're not going.
Not only that, I think our answer was always no, we're not going. I don't know, because I left him in. But I recall one time, and this was like my summer back from being in the States, my first summer back. And remember, someone was coming to the house to visit me. My Mr. needs my crush. And my crush finally said, I'd like to, come hang out. Tell Auntie say yes. Auntie did not communicate it with my uncle. And I tell you something, the person come to the gate with him father, who my uncle know, Uncle and the father good.
Because I've lived down the street across from me.
Good. My uncle would not let him in. My aunt was on the phone, and it was, it's the same thing. He's like, I don't know about it, so he's not coming in. And I'm like, but just go. And this is now, what, 16, 17? He didn't care. They don't care. Even my mom were here right now. And I'm leaving the house, I'm going to tell her where I'm going. And I am 50 plus years old. I am 50 plus years old.
Listen.
Listen. My daughter, phone up with me a citizen. For me, one day on student visa.
Oh, Jesus.
I thought about, her birthday I come up and she want to go to Puerto Rico. I said, just hear what me tell us. Well, on the man. I said, go on to Puerto Rico, but no, so when you hold your ass down there, don't give them my address. Find a father yard. Me just sell my left kidney if you send you go for him. And you are going to talk foolishly. I say, all right, no man. I say, go on to Puerto Rico. I send them catch you at the airport. Give them your father address. Now give them to me.
Well, here's the thing. Yes, you have to drive that home, because there are certain immigration attorneys who are strongly recommending, if you're on a student visa, keep still, keep yourself quiet. Don't bring unnecessary problems to your doorstep, right? And we understand young people, they want to live their best lives. We get it, because we were all young ones and we want to live our best lives. She better, see, Ja put it too, no traveling for people who are on student visas, or if you're on a green card. Stay still unless it is extremely necessary. Not to go and have fun, folks. Not to go and have fun. If it's not,
that's so unfortunate.
Yeah.
That is so unfortunate, because I grew up in an era where spring break was the thing, right? And everyone, once you're in college and your spring break is coming from freshman to senior, you're making plans to do something, whether it be The nickel, I don't want to say the first word, the nick that used to happen here in Georgia, or the beach in, back then it was Fort Lauderdale, it was in South Beach. Everyone made plans, or we know everyone was going to Cancun. And now, my daughter asked me recently, she said, well, my friends and I are going to go to Florida for, and this is how I got it.
Yeah.
My friends and I are thinking of going to Florida for spring break. So I had to take a step back and take a deep breath first, because the whole statement caught me, because I'm like, you're thinking of it. I said, stop thinking about it. Stop thinking about it, because you're not going to Florida at 18 with a group of friends. It's not happening. Right, period. And it ended right, luckily it ended right there. But it's unfortunate, because in my time, it wouldn't have been a question.
Right.
I probably said, it wouldn't have been a question, because it's Fort Lauderdale, and I have family there, so she's safe, right? I know there's guards everywhere. I just have to send a person to look for her, just let them know to come, and she probably wouldn't even have fun. So she doesn't even understand that part. Florida's not the place to have a trip, but it's unfortunate that the first thing, no, absolutely not. It's not going to be safe, absolutely not.
It's a shame, it is a shame, and with everything that's going on and what's in the news lately, but we're going to talk about it a little more down. It's time for us to get into stories on the international scene. First up, Ivory Coast's mid-crop cocoa output expected to drop around 40% due to long drought, and this is according to exporters. Article can be found on msn.com. It is dated yesterday, the 19th. Ivory Coast's cocoa mid-crop output is expected to drop around 40% this season after an unusually long dry season and limited patchy rainfall hit crops in the main production regions, exporters and pod counters have said. Ooh, that's not looking good. Farmers have said rains were scattered and irregular in the West African country, and proper downpours were needed to boost production and ensure bean quality during the mid-crop season, which begins April 1 and ends on September 30. All right, so last season, Ivory Coast harvested 500,000 tons of cocoa, and that's according to data from the Coffee and Cocoa Council. Over the last 10 years, the country has produced on average 550,000 tons per year, the cocoa regulator and some exporters have said. And what has caused a significant drop in production is the long period of drought from November until now. It's unusual, and the consequences are catastrophic. So, folks, don't be surprised if the cost of your chocolate goes up. Yeah, don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. All right, next up, the EU wants to break its security dependency on the US and buy more European weapons. This article comes to us courtesy of apnews.com. The European Union on Wednesday announced a new drive to break its security dependency on the United States, with a focus on buying more defense equipment in Europe. The EU's executive branch unveiled its Readiness 2030 security strategy, with the threat of Russian aggression at the forefront of concerns. NATO intelligence estimates suggest that Russia could be capable of launching an attack in Europe again in 3 to 5 years. Last month, the Trump administration signaled that U.S. security priorities lay elsewhere on its own borders and in Asia, and that Europeans would have to fend for themselves and Ukraine in the future. That was as Europe's biggest land war in decades entered its fourth year. Now, under the strategy, member countries will be urged to buy much of their military equipment in Europe, working mostly with European suppliers, in some cases with EU help, to cut prices and speed up orders. They should only purchase equipment from abroad when costs, performance, or supply delays make it preferable. Also on the international scene, Congolese Rwandan leaders meet in Qatar call for ceasefire in eastern DRC. This article dated the 18th, also courtesy of AlJazeera.com. The Democratic Republic of the Congo, DRC president, and Rwandan President Paul Kagame have held direct talks for the first time since Rwanda-backed M23 rebels have seized two major cities in eastern DRC. In a joint statement issued with Qatar, whose emir mediated the talks in Doha, the countries called for an immediate ceasefire in eastern DRC. The heads of state then agreed on the need to continue the discussions initiated in Doha in order to establish solid foundations for lasting peace. The DRC has accused Rwanda of sending weapons and troops to support the M23 rebels, which Rwanda has denied. The talks came after M23 representatives pulled out of a planned meeting with the DRC government in Angola on Tuesday, after the European Union imposed sanctions on some of the group's senior members, including leader Bertrand Bisimwa. Me already have my thoughts on this whole situation between the DRC and Rwanda. I already know, allegedly, there is an external force that is playing both sides, if you ask me, that is supplying everything that is needed to create the confusion, wreak havoc, and chaos, all because what is in the said that the region. And it is my thought, because of an article that came to the forefront last week. This article has cemented my thought process, because I don't understand why the daughter in law's father of a particular family is going to be made special envoy to go to this region. For what? And I don't care about the people, them. I don't care about the people, them. It is what is there in that region. So I have done my connecting of the dots, and adapt me a double down pan. Hey, simple, adapt me a double down pan. You can't tell me otherwise. Connect the dots. Follow the money trail. Go right ahead, Adesoji.
Well, you've said the most important part. Yeah, it's what emanated last week, with the idea of a deal being on the table, something that will mirror what is being talked about in Ukraine. And so somebody said, you know what, let's get in there and what have you. So the reason Kagame is actually sitting down with Tshisekedi in Qatar, which is kind of odd. I mean, if you wanted to have the peace talks, you could have had that in Addis Ababa, which is where the African Union headquarters is. But you've now chosen to go to sit with the Arabs while you decide something that is happening on the African continent. Wow, surprise, surprise.
Surprise, surprise.
So there are two things at play. One is the fact that the EU has placed sanctions on certain elements in the Rwandan government. And so sooner or later, the hand will be pointed at Kagame. That's one. Then two is the issue that the Americans have entered the fray. With the Americans entering the fray, you cannot do anything. You're effectively going to be sanctioned. So
when did they enter the fray?
That was last week.
Adesoji.
Yeah.
When did they enter the fray? Okay.
So I mean, they've been in the fray all along, but they've sort of just placed their cards on the table.
More prominent?
Yeah, more prominently last week. And so based on that, we know what his motivation is for having that meeting. Otherwise, they've been calling for that meeting now for the better part of 18 months, but they've decided, you know what, we're not going to sit and talk to you. All of a sudden, the orange toad DC has decided, you know what, I'm going to
go and get me shut down, you know. Remember, say you are in the UK.
But you don't have an orange toad, do you? Do you have one? You've got a president, so. But, you know, listen, heat dogs will holler, you know, what can I say? But hey, so that's the reason why they're having this meeting. And the sad part is the man that died.
Man that unalived?
Yeah, the man that's, you know, lost.
Son?
Yeah, the man that crossed to the ancestral realm on the basis of, I'm not going to use any of the term, I'm going to use African terms.
Go ahead.
The man that crossed to the ancestral realm in the 1961, September 1960, January 1961 to be exact, said one of the reasons why he was calling in the guys in the East was because he wanted to protect the interest of his people, only for you now to go back to the same people he was running away from. Make that make sense. I yield.
We yield. Niger quits international group of French-speaking nations. This article comes to us courtesy of Barons.com. Junta-run Niger, which has severed, excuse me, I'm reading the wrong thing. Severed links with former colonial ruler France on Monday said it was quitting a global group of French speaking nations, an organization resembling the Commonwealth. The Nigerian government has independently decided to withdraw Niger from the organization Internationale de la Francophonie, the foreign ministry said. Niger was suspended from the group after a military coup toppled elected president Mohamed Bazoum in July 2023. The 88-state OIC had demanded a speedy return to constitutional order and Bazoum's release. The toppled president and his wife are still being held by the West African country's new rulers. Niger's military rulers have turned their backs on Paris, instead forging ties with fellow juntas in Burkina Faso and Mali, as well as Russia. Shortly before the coup, Niger adopted a new national anthem titled For the Honor of the Fatherland, which references the anti-colonial struggle. Is that a good thing, Soji? Or yeah, support?
Yeah, it's a good thing, and it's a good thing, and it also points out the hypocrisy of that group, the IOC. The reason I say that is when that coup happened, about 4 months later, another similar type coup happened in Gabon, but that guy was not suspended. In fact, Gabon is actually still part of the IOC. So yeah, it's a good thing if you can tread the path and you cannot just talk the talk, but walk the walk. We'll support you. And that the changing of the national anthem is taking on it's what's it called? It's a song written by one of their most famous poets who happened to be on the path of becoming the first democratic president of Niger, but he was usurped by the French. So that's how remembering their history, which is a good thing. I yield.
Almost 70,000 South Africans interested in U.S. asylum.
When are they going? When?
No, can they go back to Denmark?
No. The US is putting forward.
No. We have enough problems, especially with what just happened in terms of
Just
segregation being reinstated. We don't need the problems here.
Put them in Utah.
Okay,
Put them in Utah or one of these Dakota states.
So you heard about this happening in the White House before me even read that article. Me have to play that one. You have to wait. Sing my soul, my Savior God. Them know it's a funeral song. Them are sing one big time funeral song. Sing my soul, my Savior God to thee. Amen. How great thou art. Sing my soul. Hey, don't know what them I do? Don't play with God.
Wait.
Him.
Wait, who was singing?
Whoa. Okay.
That's happening. That happened in the White House yesterday. He had all the. You didn't. Then you know see. You know what?
No, I'm not watching.
There was a prayer. There was a big prayer thing at one, and then.
Yeah, they laid their hands on him. Yeah.
I shall come with shouts of acclamation.
Who were they singing to?
You want to know?
There was no church yesterday. Wait, yesterday was Wednesday. Okay, all right.
You can praise God any day. You can have prayer session any day.
Who was singing?
Funeral
can lay their hands on
any
him.
day. They went to lay their hands on him, but do they know that song is usually sung at a funeral?
Maybe they know something we don't.
Wait a minute. Who laid their hands on Redcap?
A lot of preachers.
A lot of pretenders.
Now you're gonna make me have to look this up.
Oh Lord, my God!
It was a sight to behold.
When I in awesome wonder
You never read the lyrics as usual.
Consider all the worlds thy hands have made.
Are they trying to? Oh wait,
I see the stars. I hear the rolling thunder.
My fear was when they lay their hands on him. Maybe
that something
he
will
might
come
not
out
just
of him,
combust.
right? Yes, that something may come out of him. Yes.
Hold on there. And when I think that God, his son, not sparing, sent him to die, I scarce can take it in. That on the cross.
They were performing an EX.
My burden gladly bearing. He bled and died.
You could see he was very moved.
Away my sin. Hey.
Oh my God. I don't even think I'm going to look it up. I don't even care.
When Christ shall come.
Thank you for the laughter.
With shouts of acclamation. And take me home. What joy shall fill my heart. Then I shall bow in humble adoration. And then proclaim, my God, how great thou
my
art.
goodness.
Moment, anyway, what I sang. This come like a nothing early going on.
They were actually very moved by the story. You could see them crying.
Man, my Savior God to thee. Hallelujah.
Did they use his own Bible?
Hey, coming the president. How great. I didn't know you always have that church system of half key like myself, yeah. And of them sing the loudest. And then they have the tambourine on the back.
And then you have them with their hats. With a side look.
Oh, them never sing when the roll is called up yonder. How do want to go again?
Goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
I don't know the one day. I want Jamaican song that. They don't know that. They don't know it.
When the roll is called up yonder. Hey. Give me a next one again. What then should I sing?
It is well with my soul.
It is well with my soul. See the hypocrite, them a galang day. Hey!
Rubber dub version.
Listen. You see the God what me serve? Don't play with him. Don't play with him. You don't even know the song that you're singing, the meaning of the song that you're singing.
But
maybe they did.
No, they don't. They clearly don't care. They don't care. It's profanity for them. They don't care. All of that laying their hands on him. Oh my God, it was just irritable. I was just watch. It's like with disgust. What is this? What's this? The projection. That is, for me, it's just a projection. The projection is just off the charts. It's just wild. There is no, if you're sincere, there is no need for all of this. There is no need for it. There is none. Even the muskrat came on Fox News yesterday. And he was, well, I have never done anything.
Oh, but wasn't he the same one who said empathy is for the weak?
Yes, I've never done. This is the Democrats who are supposed to be the party of the empathy.
So what? He wants empathy from them, but there's no empathy when you're slashing jobs left, right, and center?
Yeah, shooting up car dealerships, blowing up Tesla. What has Tesla ever done to anyone? Or what have I ever done to anyone?
Ask the thousands of people that you lay off.
You know, there was, while he was talking yesterday, one similarity also crossed me. I won't mention, obviously, because, we don't want to get you struck off.
No. Go ahead.
H-Man in Europe, right? In the 30s, right? although he came out in Germany, but he's not from Germany, he's from Austria, right? Him is not a US citizen. He is from South Africa. So this idea of people who quest for unbridled power have this thing about not being able to do it where they hail from, but doing it where they turn out to be part of said society. So that was one thing I was looking at when he was talking, oh, what have I ever done to anyone? I looked at him like, really? The lack of self-awareness is wild.
That's the problem. That is the problem. Yeah, I'll have to look for it on one of the news outlets and send it over to you.
Yeah,
No, just
enter
enter Google. Enter Google. Just say prayer session White House to come.
Oh, that's what I didn't put, prayer session. Okay,
Prayer
'cause I
session.
just put what happened
Almost
at the White House yesterday.
And
Okay.
John, when you find it, me I beg you. Like a share, be generous, yeah?
Okay.
And you can be moved with the spirit as well. So
No, I'm just going to use it to de-stress, like I said.
May God forgive them all. Almost 70,000 South Africans interested in U.S. asylum. I wonder if they know so them are the South African them were really not, keep it moving, girl. BBC.com is reporting close to 70,000 South Africans have expressed interest in moving to the U.S. following Washington's offer to resettle people from the country's Afrikaner community. A business group has said, do they understand that these are the ones who love and indulge in the R word? These are the ones who are only going to come here and look down on other ethnicities here within this country. We have enough of it here. We don't need any more. We do not need 70,000 more people who indulge in art and think they are better than people.
moments they can't survive. They can't survive 2 months in that space. Believe you me, they cannot. If anything, the moment they step on a plane, what South Africa should do is snip their passports and stuff like that.
They can't return.
You can't return. Just go. One thing I'm guaranteed is they will step out of line in the States and they will be checked. The culture shock will turn them into a frenzy and they want to return. But now you're trapped between a rock and a hard place. Now, please let them come.
They're probably gonna. So let me ask a question. So these 70,000, who is gonna pay for their housing? Who is gonna give them food? You remember? Look at the similarity now: housing, food, healthcare. Who is gonna provide that for them?
Elon Musk will do so. But here's the thing: even the society there will filter them out. You know why? I'm saying is the thing about people who practice the R word is they also have a hierarchy as well. So that's why I said, let them come. Oh my God, let them come.
And they seem to forget that within their own group, they are scoffed at. And when I look at the images, look at the pictures, and Lord forgive me for saying this, but when I look at the images of the people who are standing in line, I would not entertain them.
Exactly. So the point of, okay, let me even give you one. In the early 2000s, when Robert Mugabe was redistributed.
Evil written all over them face. Sorry.
Well, let's just say unnecessary disgust was written on their face. When they were busy, when they were busy being chucked out. No, they're not chucked out. They felt, okay, the fact that the Africans are taking over Zimbabwe, they cannot live within Zimbabwe. And so they need to go to where they're much more comfortable. Much more comfortable meant Britain, right? Coming to Britain. Now, the thing is, when you get to Britain, the class system here immediately pushes you down. Now, while that is happening, the people who are much more qualified, that don't even look like you, have a leg up over you, because even within that class system, there's an element of you're qualified. And so if you're not qualified, you can't get a leg up because you're. So guess what? They ended up doing menial jobs like sweeping streets and stuff like that. You know, the worst thing was some of them didn't used to speak the native language, but they would go to parties where the native language is being spoken, and you will see them speaking the language, and people who look like me, who are from there, will start laughing at them because they knew back home they would not touch that language with a barge pole. So let them come to the United States. They will find out that that hierarchy that they think exists, they're not part of it. I yield.
Because even the ones here don't recognize that they're not part of it either. Come on, folks. We're trying to move forward, not pedal backwards. You're gonna
maybe that's the disinfectant we need. 75,000. Yeah, let them come out.
They might come here and be happy to do the menial tasks all the same. I don't know. They might think it's the best thing. So anyway, the South African Chamber of Commerce in the USA said its website received tens of thousands of registrations from those seeking more information. In a February executive order, President Donald Trump said Afrikaners, descendants of mainly Dutch settlers who arrived in the 17th century, could be admitted as refugees as they were victims of unjust racial discrimination. Relations between the US and South Africa have become increasingly strained since Trump became president in January. SACUSA said that in a pivotal step, it has handed the list of interested individuals to the US Embassy in Pretoria. An embassy official confirmed to the BBC that it had received the list. Out of the 67,042 people who registered on SACUSA's site, most had Afrikaner or English names. The organization's president, Neil Diamond, said SACUSA, a group representing South African business people living in the US, said most of those who expressed interest in migrating were aged between 25 and 45 and had between 2 to 3 dependents. The US-based business group is not an official government body, but got involved in the registering of interest by accident after it was inundated with requests for more information about resettlement. While white South Africans say they are discriminated against, a claim that has caught the attention of right-wing groups in the US. Simultaneously, South Africa's white minority possess the vast majority of privately held land and wealth in the country, more than 30 years since the racist system of apartheid ended. So why is it that they have not appealed to the minority who are wealthy down there to help them? You know, said the minority down there that have the vast majority of wealth don't even care about them. So the problem is not with the indigenous African community. The problem that them really have is with the people that look like them, that not catering to them, that not helping them, that not entertaining them. Hence, societal division. No. And guess what, folks? You're jumping out of frying pan to jump into the fire because you're going to come here and find yourself in the same situation, that nobody cares about you because you have no money. What is your what's your portfolio look like? How much assets you have? How much money you're coming with? Are you in the $5 million US bracket and above? If not, you might just end up in these sundown towns where they still have dirt roads and pit toilets. You might end up in a situation in the red states where, you know, you're going to be put with the groups of people who are least educated. So what's the point? Stay where you are and talk to the South Africans who hold the wealth that look like you and tell them to cut you a piece of the pie. Give a piece of the pie. Because it's not as though you're coming here for better. You're not gonna be better off. And that's the truth. You're not gonna be better off. We have our own problems here that we're trying to fix. We have problems here where people feel entitled that because of the color of their skin, they shouldn't have to do anything. They don't even want to show up for work. So what are you really coming here to do? What's your plan? When you get here, what's your plan? Do you have a plan? And then when you get here and you recognize that people who don't look like you have made strides despite all that had all the obstacles that were put in front of them, what's your complaint going to be? Discrimination again? You see, a lot of times the problem lies within us. I don't think, but you know what? I don't know. You're probably all gonna have jobs as you land. You're gonna have houses that as you land. You're gonna have the best. The red carpet is probably gonna be rolled out for you. And then after time, the very South African who calls us here in the States, who pay taxes, parasites, and that includes people that look like you're also going to be called parasites because now you are, according to them, leeching off the system. Is that what you want? You really want to leave a society where you know what? Let me rest it right there. Just think carefully about what you're doing. I don't think it benefits you to jump out of the frying pan and jump into the fire. Stay where you are. Talk to the people that look like you, who hold the vast majority of privately held land and wealth in the country. Tell them they're not treating you fairly because, I mean, we look alike, so why can't I have what you have? Why aren't you giving us the jobs? What is it that is preventing us from having the jobs? Why are you suppressing us? Ask them. You should be able to have discourse with them, shouldn't you? It is Women's History Month, and we on Monday was it Monday or Tuesday? Tuesday, we spoke about some women who inspired us along the way. Today, let us take a look at a couple more. Kalpana Chawla is her name, 1962 to 2003. In 1997, after being named a mission specialist on the Space Shuttle Columbia by NASA, Chawla became the first woman of Indian descent to fly in space. The shuttle orbited around Earth 252 times in a little over 2 weeks. Her second and last trip to space came in 2003 when she and 6 other astronauts completed more than 80 experiments over the course of 16 days. She and the entire crew unfortunately passed away when the ship disintegrated upon re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. In 2020, Northrop Grumman, an aerospace defense and security company, named a spacecraft after Chawla in her memory. Wilma, I don't like this name because I said the name, them I got I forgot, them I got flag it, right? I can't say her last name, I'll spell it for us. Her name is Wilma Mann, Killer, 1945 to 2010. In 1985, Oklahoma native Wilma became the first woman to be a principal chief of the Cherokee Nation, leading the largest tribe in the United States, and received a Time 100 cover. During her decade-long chiefdom from 1985 to 1995, tribal enrollment grew. Infant mortality dropped, and employment rates doubled, according to Time. In 1998, she was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom by Bill Clinton. You can read, to learn more about her, you can read the book Man, Killer, which is her last name, A Chief and Her People. Donayale Luna, 1945 to 1979. Before Naomi Campbell and Tyra Banks, there was Donayale Luna, nee Peggy Ann Freeman. Luna is hailed as the first Black supermodel, and she was the first African-American model to appear on the cover of British Vogue in March 1966. Luna also appeared in several indie films, including Andy Warhol's Camp in 1965, Unfortunately, she passed away at the age of 33 from an accidental illicit overdose that happened in Rome, Italy. You can learn more about Luna's life and career in this retrospective written by her daughter, Dream, in British Vogue. Hattie McDaniel, 1893 to 1952. Hattie McDaniel was the first Black actor to receive an Oscar, which she won in 1940 for her portrayal of the maid Mammy in Gone with the Wind. Unfortunately, when the NAACP lobbied for Hollywood to stop casting similarly stereotyped roles, McDaniel found fewer opportunities, but her legacy is still recognized. She received two posthumous award stars, not awards, stars on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. And last but certainly not least for today, Amelia Boynton Robinson, 1911 to 2015. Robinson was at the forefront of the civil rights movement in Georgia and Alabama. She is most recognized for the brutal photographs showing her being attacked by officers during the 1965 Bloody Sunday March from Selma to Montgomery, Alabama. Robinson also championed voting rights for African Americans, and her efforts and attack were depicted in Ava DuVernay's 2014 film, Selma. Yesterday, if you did not have the opportunity to watch the YouTube live presentation from Adesoji Speaks Knowledge and Aya, I invite you to do so. Head on over to YouTube, look for Adesoji Speaks Knowledge, or you can type in Woman and Resistance to learn about Septima Poinsett Clark. Septima Poinsett Clark. Her story was narrated brilliantly done by Aya, who, of course, embodies her roles whenever she's talking about any woman. And of course, we're still in Women's History Month. March is Women's History Month. So head on over there, learn about her, and you will learn about the movement, right? To empower African Americans, the movement to teach them so that they know their rights and that they can also go out and be champions within their communities. Yeah, I learned some interesting facts there. Let me say that I won't give it away. Just head on over there and please take advantage of all the information. Yeah. Men.
Moments, just not cutting you, but while you're at it, I just want to highlight too that there are several other women that has been highlighted on the podcast.
Yeah.
So you could have a look one time. There's a lot of powerful women being highlighted on that podcast.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to bring that to the forefront. Just go over there, take a look, and you'll be happy you did.
Yeah, absolutely. So yesterday was Septima Clark. Prior to that, we had Miriam Makeba. There was also Claudia Jones. Before her, we had Queen Nanny. I think that's my favorite one, and not because I'm Jamaican, but Queen Nanny. Billie Holiday, Mother of Africa. Can't pronounce the name. I don't want to butcher it up. Lorraine Hansberry was another one that was featured. Fella's mother. Oh my gosh, it was just so many. Go ahead, Mr. President. Go ahead. Oh, that was Jack. Sorry, Jack. I'm sorry.
You mean Miriam Makeba?
Yeah, I said her
Oh,
name.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, we have to celebrate the past and those who came before us, right? Because as I've mentioned here several times, we wouldn't be where we are without the efforts of those who came before us. And I'm getting a lot of feedback, so forgive me. Yeah, we would not be where we are without those who contributed significantly. And we stand on their shoulders, on their backs. We owe them a lot. We definitely owe them a lot of gratitude. And yeah, we have to be grateful. All right. So Moving right along, stories out of North America, 8 minutes after the top of the hour. I want to say a big thank you to everyone listening on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play, JanoRadio.com, the non-stop party vibe station, and MadMusicHouse.com for any genre, anytime. Also, thank you to everyone watching on YouTube Live. You are indeed appreciated. Thank you for the engagement. Thank you to everyone with us here on TikTok, whether you're in the club or you're hanging outside the club and watching. We thank you. We appreciate your support. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for tapping up the screen. Continue to share and tap, share and tap, share and tap. Thank you for the gifts. I want to say a big thank you to our co-sponsors, grandcoffeehouse.com. Excuse me. Enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Head on over to www.grandcoffeehouse.com and use the code COFFEEINTO20 for 20% off your coffee products. Also, thank you to Laurmel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. That's LAURMEL, laurmelskinfood.com. You also want to head there and get your 100% natural, organic skincare and hair care products. All right, so first up, stories out of North America. I don't know why I have the hymn playing over and over in my head. How great thou art. I didn't block James. Him can't find me. Me not block James. Not me at all. Hold on a second. I did not block James. I would never do so. I don't know who blocked him, but it wasn't me. Let me do a search here. Thank you for putting that in chat. Let me go ahead and send him an invite. James. We are friends. Yeah, I have no block. There's no block on James. Let me send him an invite and see. Hold on a second. Sometimes, no, not me at all. Not me. It's not me do the blocking. I hope he got. I sent him the invite, so let's see if he's able to. He said live is blocked. Huh? Mm-mm. His live not blocked at all. James. For him, it is blocked. James was never get no flagging on here. No, I didn't get any alert for James. Hold on a second. No, this is a what you said, niece? Yeah. Hold on. Go ahead. Go ahead, Rosolo. Who opened the mic? Who opened the mic?
It was
Go
me. I
ahead,
was
Jack.
wondering if it was a Canadian thing. Because I don't understand. He just got on TikTok, so the only people that could block him would be us in the room, unless he's doing something on the side when we not on it. We don't know about those things, but yeah.
No, if he does, you know that the other day I got blocked for the couple of hours I couldn't go on any live, you know.
So it's probably the country doing it.
But why would the country do that?
I couldn't even come on TikTok for a couple hours. Well, Jesus.
I don't know what's going on, but I didn't block James. Let him know that I didn't block him. I don't know if, but the thing is, when he was on the, normally if somebody says something, right? If one of you were to get flagged, I would get a message. Okay, so niece, when you go to the bottom, click the share. Can he go to YouTube? Yeah, he can go to YouTube, Jab, but we want to hear what he has to say, right? Niece, at the bottom of your page, you see the little arrow. If you hit the arrow at the bottom, where you probably would, I don't know, but there's an arrow on to the far
right.
Click on that. Thank you, Jack. Click on that. Click on the arrow, and then it you can look for him, search for him. Yeah, I shared it with him twice. I'm not sure. I don't know. Yeah, unfortunate. Hopefully he can get in. James, Russell Anglet and Trianglet. You know what? Let me send it to him on
IG.
IG as well. Yeah, and let me see. Thank you. Well, I'm glad for the people that have my brain at work for me. Dolly's brain slow. Where is it? Where is he? Where is he? Where Carib 21? Share. All right, so okay, so I sent it to him on IG. Let's see if Rosola says she share it with him too. Let's see if he's able to get in. All right. Okay, moving right along, 40 minutes after the top of the hour, news out of North America. Exclusive. Gates warns White House he can't fill shortfalls in the U.S. global health funding. This article courtesy of yahoo.com. According via Reuters, by the way, Bill Gates is personally lobbying the Trump administration officials to keep funding health programs worldwide. James, you're being asked to turn off your phone and turn your phone off, turn it back on, and see if that will help. I don't know if you need to uninstall, reinstall the app. You may want to try that as well. Bill Gates is personally lobbying Trump administration officials to keep funding health programs worldwide, from childhood vaccination to HIV treatment, and warning that his foundation cannot step in to fill gaps. Two sources familiar with the matter told Reuters. Gates, the billionaire Microsoft co-founder turned global health philanthropist, met with the National Security Council as well as Republican and Democratic lawmakers in recent weeks to press that case. Soon after his January 20 inauguration, the president of the U.S. moved to dismantle the U.S. Agency for International Development, cutting more than 80% of contracts and freezing billions of dollars for everything from emergency food assistance to malaria prevention. The Trump administration, led by the State Department, is reviewing what kinds of foreign aid will remain under its America First policy, with a list of around 30 global health projects for consideration. Bill was recently in Washington, D.C., meeting with decision makers to discuss the life saving impact of U.S. international assistance and the need for a strategic plan to protect the world's most vulnerable while safeguarding America's health and security. Gates told the officials he met with that his foundation can't replace the role of the U.S. government. Gates Foundation directors have also said publicly that no foundation has that capability. Oh boy. New York City paying $500,000 a month to indicted developer who could testify against Mayor Eric Adams. TheGuardian.com is reporting the Adams administration has continued to pay the hotel company of Wee Hong Hu, a developer accused of funneling illegal campaign donations to the mayor. The administration of New York City, Mayor Eric Adams, is continuing to pay over $500,000 a month to a hotel developer who could potentially provide valuable testimony to prosecutors against the mayor and several of his top allies. The developer, who was indicted last month for allegedly bribing a New York City nonprofit CEO. The indictment charges that she gave the nonprofit executive stacks of cash and helped him purchase a $1.3 million townhouse in exchange for more than $20 million in city-funded contracts for her two Queens hotels and a catering company, who has pleaded not guilty to all charges. Despite these allegations brought by the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of New York, Adams's administration has continued to pay one of Hu's companies more than $542,000 a month to host another nonprofit program at one of her Queens hotels. This is according to two city officials with knowledge of the matter. Who was the subject of a previous joint investigation by The Guardian, which found that she funneled apparently illegal campaign contributions to Adams at that hotel, allowed one of his top advisors to live in her taxpayer-funded shelter hotel for months, and allowed Adams's son to bring a female companion to the hotel to stay there overnight. I want going up in New York there. Ah man, I move sideways up there in New York, Mr. President. What's good? What's popping? Adams, why we have to have your name in the news again?
Just the same way they had the whole migrant hotel thing was a scam to transfer wealth from the public coffers to private individuals. It's just continue in a different way. Because they were paying these hoteliers, the owners of these hotels, market rate, and it's full of migrants. You know how much money New York was spending every day? And you have people here can't even find proper place to rent reasonable, not even for free, a reasonable rent. But that's how the thing go.
That's how the thing go. Hey, that's how the thing set. Where's my water? Drink water, man. My business. That's why them saying no. More and more. That's something my father always used to say. Never see a man with something and grudge him for it because you don't know when to forget it. Grudge no one for what them have. You don't know how them get what them have. And you have to be unconscionable to do certain things. And if you know you have a conscience and you know say you got turn and twist and can't sleep at night, do not get involved in certain things. Nothing telling us, sir. You see, sometimes this inner circle thing, careful the measures and the lengths we got to get into certain circles. Hey! Stop selling your souls, folks. You better go on with a little 2 pants. Go on with a little 2 shillings. Go on wear the shoes with the hole in the bottom. Go on drive the car where you have to tie up the door. Go on wear the 1 piece of pants where you have. And you don't know what some people do forget what them have. Okay, but don't talk. According to NPR.org, oh boy, Navy warship is sent to the southern border to carry out Trump's immigration plans. A U.S. Navy destroyer designed to intercept ballistic missiles has been deployed to the southern border as part of President Trump's push to seal the border and crack down on immigration, defense officials have said. The USS Gravely set sail on Saturday from Naval Weapons Station Yorktown in Virginia. The warship previously served in the Middle East, where it was responsible for shooting down missiles fired by Houthi rebels in the Red Sea. Now, it will help assist U.S. Northern Command in its mission to protect the United States' territorial integrity, sovereignty, and security. That's according to General Gregory, who oversees the U.S. North Command. The command is in the Defense Department's operation lead in using military forces to tighten border security. I'm trying to say exactly where I got that.
Your facial expressions, oh my God.
I'm sorry. You see, I have a problem, Ja. I know. It's something I'm trying to get control of. I'll be quiet, but the fears, yeah, it's a work in progress. I don't know. It's the African in me.
I have the same problem, so you know.
It's the African. Who else do this? When you're talking, you're pointing, but you don't want to use your finger. Because them says bad manners to point, so you use your mouth and point, and you go so. Or we use our eyes, we look and then we look to the side, and we look and we look to the side.
Yep.
We need to do better. It's a form of communication, right? We can speak a lot without saying a lot.
My thing with this whole thing moments is that it costs so much to keep the warships out there for a single day. It's a lot.
Mhm.
Is it necessary? Can you use the same money to reinforce the border properly? And I'm not talking about just building walls. I'm talking about literally putting a proper border protection policy in place where you have the drones and all the electronics and all the proper staffing and necessary immigration requisites and stuff like that. Can they do that instead of wasting the money just having that worship day? Nobody invading you.
Mr. President, Mr. President, Mr. President, where have you been? You're not paying attention. You know, I noticed you're slacking off from the other day in class. You're not turning in your assignments. Come on now. You're not taking good notes.
Again, there are people that benefit, so I guess.
Thank you. That's all. There is money to be made. How is money going to be made when everything is kosher, copacetic, and in good order? Remember, there are shareholders and stakeholders that need to get them dividends and them cut. There needs to be a return on investment. Having effective measures in place. How does I go put money in the people in pocket who are waiting for their money? If you invest in certain schemes, don't you expect a return on your investment, Mr. President? And then come to you and look at and say, well, all we can give it is $1. You are going to say $1, what am I do with $1? I'm expecting thousands of dollars on my investment. Profits over people, Mr. President. Remember that. Remember. Don't forget. Profits over people. So I was, you said, you distract me, I want to say, okay, let's more generally, U.S. Northern Command's area of responsibility includes the continental United States, Alaska, Canada, Mexico, and the surrounding water out to approximately 500 nautical miles. It also includes the Straits of Florida, parts of the Bahamas, the Caribbean region, Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, the Gulf of Mexico, which was renamed Gulf of America, but it's still the Gulf of Mexico. The ship will carry members of a U.S. Coast Guard law enforcement detachment, defense officials said. The Navy destroyer will be part of law enforcement missions, including maritime-related terrorism, weapons proliferation, transnational crime, piracy, environmental destruction, and illegal seaborne immigration. It's 509 feet long. It has over 300 crew members. They still not tell me exactly which part it got dock. I guess in the Gulf of Mexico or in the Gulf of America. Which part? Panama. Oh, talking about Panama. Since a while we are playing checkers, China play chess. You see the new shipping route?
I did see that.
So you know what's going to happen. Now I understand why China was okay with Panama saying they're going to discontinue the Belt and Road Initiative. China not argue. China said, okay, no problem. Where there's a will, there's a way. Boom, right, so. And guess what it's going to do? Cut down the shipping time by 5 days.
Money, 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 money.
China said, me not come for on you. Me just want to get through. Since, okay, all right, Panama, carry on. We'll see you in a couple of years. In the meantime, we're going to do what we have to do with Mexico. You know what's going to happen if Panama is not careful, John? All ships will now go through Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
That is going to be devastating to Panama's economy. We're not arguing with you, brethren. Do your thing. Not arguing at all. Not going to argue with anybody over what is theirs. No, sir. I'll just find another way. So it's quite interesting. I don't think this is just for immigration. I think there's more to it, Ja. I might be wrong.
Oh, there's a lot more to it.
You see, that's the problem when you read between the lines. Reading between the lines is not a good habit to get into, folks. What am I gonna do?
Back in the day, where they used to have those WAR shows, and they used to have a big room with the table that shows the world, and they were moving these pieces that place and moving those pieces. That's what's going on right now.
Shuffle the deck.
So if we put our ships here, then we can stop there. But if we take over here, then that means we control the whole, all of that.
I don't want the bag of ship them around. I say like how you have them over there in the Middle East. We don't need it over here. In the Caribbean and Latin America, we're all about sea, sand, and sun. A couple daiquiris, pina coladas, Bob Marley punch, and them things that we indulge in. That's what we want. We're about the palm leaves, the coconut trees, swinging in hammocks, the cool breeze. Make a care of them things that go back somewhere else. We don't want it around here. So.
It's in the food. Remember that movie about Tyrone? It's in the food. It's in the music. Yeah.
Food clone Tyrone.
Yep. That's why Church's Chicken is coming to JA.
Read between the lines, people. Read between the lines. Read between the lines. Okay, next up in articles out of North America, violent attacks on Tesla dealerships spike as Musk takes prominent role in the Trump White House. Article dated yesterday. Let's take a listen to this one.
Vehicle vandals targeting certain car owners. The key to those crimes caught on camera. Craig Stevens is live in the social media center where one incident went viral. Craig.
Nice play on words there, Joe. Tesla vehicles and dealerships across the country are being vandalized. Now, some of these incidents are being investigated by the FBI. More incidents of vandalism involving Tesla. In San Jose, California, a driver gets out of a vehicle and approaches the electric car parked next to it. He keys the car, leaving a scratch. The video has gone viral, picking up hundreds of thousands of views.
Did you just key a Tesla the other day?
And this, a confrontation days later involving someone who looks to be the same person in the same jacket and someone accusing him of vandalism.
Keyed a Tesla in a parking lot somewhere around here. What do you got to say about that? I didn't do that.
In Texas, one owner there is convinced he was targeted.
When we came back, the car to the right on this side was gone. So I could just see that a bright white line.
Tesla and CEO Elon Musk have drawn criticism from far and wide ever since Musk took on a major role in the Trump administration. The EV company has been targeted in protests and acts of vandalism as Musk's Department of Government Efficiency has moved to reduce the size of the federal government.
It's really come as quite a shock to me that there's this level of really hatred and violence from the left. I always thought the left, or Democrats, were supposed to be the party of empathy, the party of caring, and yet they're burning down cars, they're firebombing dealerships, they're firing bullets into dealerships, they're just smashing up Teslas.
Someone said
side was gone. So
I'm sorry, I had to rewind that part. I'm sorry, folks.
Tesla and CEO Elon Musk have drawn criticism from far and wide.
I have to listen to him again because I feel it fine.
In the Trump administration, the EV company has been targeted in protests and acts of vandalism as Musk's Department of Government Efficiency has moved to reduce the size of the federal government.
It's really come as quite a shock to me that there's this level of really hatred and violence from the left. I always thought the left, or Democrats, were supposed to be the party of empathy, the party of caring, and yet they're burning down cars, they're firebombing dealerships, they're firing bullets into dealerships, they're just smashing up Teslas.
Someone set fire to several of the cars at a Las Vegas dealership Tuesday. Resist spray painted on the showroom. Police are working with the FBI there.
Kind of mind-boggling to me that there are people that are so triggered and so disturbed by anything these days that they can go so far just to cause harm to somebody.
Well, in that initial California incident, San Jose police have made an arrest on suspicion of felony vandalism. So far, authorities have not identified a motive. At the social media center, Craig Stevens, 7.
I mean, they have not identified a motive. They know exactly where what is going on is going on.
Again. Why spread fake news? Speak on the story. So everything now that goes to the left in this country is because of Democrats?
But he thought the Democrats were a party of empathy. So one group is to have empathy and another is not supposed to. I thought empathy is something that everyone is supposed to have as a part of their moral compass, right?
That nonsense he just said, I don't even care about that statement.
But wasn't he the one who said that empathy is for the weak? So now, because his company is taking a hit and it's tanking, literally tanking, and we're supposed to have empathy for him and feel sorry for him. Now, I don't condone ruining people's vehicles. People already purchased them Tesla. We don't know how long they have had it. We don't know their financial situation, if they are able to turn it in and get something else. And I went through this because nobody wants to be upside down. Right now, a Honda Civic, I may talk from experience, because two of my son, them each have them Honda Civic with them excellent credit score, $500 a month is them car payment. $500 a month. I remember when a Honda Civic used to be what? Not even $200 a month, probably $150. So I understand that people are not able to turn in their vehicles because them turning in and going to end up upside down. And of course, your payments are going to balloon because not all dealerships are going to be able to offset the cost or absorb the cost. I get it. So I don't agree with vandalizing people's personal property, right? I don't agree with that. Leave people alone. But Elon, it is time for you to step up and apologize to the American people. And I'm not saying what they're doing to the dealerships is right either. And the reason I'm saying it's not right is because a lot of the vehicles that you're seeing on these lots, there is a debt portfolio over them. Banks are carrying a portfolio. Banks have financed these dealerships so that these cars can be on the lots. But then again, there is insurance to cover all of that. But so I don't agree with the vandalizing of anything. But you cannot be spewing the things you're spewing and doing the things you're doing and expect that people are going to sit down, roll over, lie down, whatever, and take it. There are consequences for actions. So what needs to happen, Mr. Musk, instead of crying and ask people to have empathy, stop doing what you're doing. That's all I can recommend. Stop. Have a heart. The same heart you want people to have towards you, you're going to have a heart towards them. You and Doge. You and Doge going to have a heart towards this. And understand, it's not necessarily people from the left doing all of this. It could be your very own people.
That's exactly what I was going to say. That was what I was going to open my mic and say. How do you know it's people on the left? Look at how many people feel victimized, feel lied to, feel betrayed by that very person. No, and when you look back in history, which group incites violence more when they don't get their way? I'm just saying. I yield.
But Rasola, listen to this. And this is why he needs to open his ears and his eyes and pay attention. When now at town hall meetings, I don't know if you notice, at town hall meetings, you have to prove your affiliation to the Republican Party to be let into town hall meetings. Them don't want to hear anybody else because in their mind, it's the left that's coming into these town hall meetings and causing rupture. Well, lo and behold, they had a town hall meeting in which it was their people. And you know who was creating the ruckus? Their people, telling them, you lied to us. So I'm glad that that says only their people can come into the town hall meetings. I thought representatives regard its taxation means representation. I guess not. So now if you can't prove that you're a Republican, you can't get to the town hall meeting, keep that same energy because it's your own who going to open up your eyes and make you know what's going on. They have had enough. They FA'd and FO'd. And because them know them FA and FO, them coming back at Una because Una lied to them.
Can you imagine that you can't come into your own town hall meeting? It doesn't matter what side you're on.
Okay.
But see, they know what they're doing because they asked their representatives not to even have any town hall meetings.
Yeah.
for their
Yes.
safety.
So it's not the left, it's not the people on the left, boo boo. It's not us. Dry your tears and go talk to the people on the right. And them I do it. All
Ain't
those
no tears
so-called,
coming out of his eyes. Ain't no tears coming out of his eyes, please.
all those alleged A attempts on the president, it wasn't the left people on the left, it was people on the right. Staunch supporters. It wasn't people who are affiliated with the Democratic Party. Don't do that. Stop the baiting. Stop it. You're setting baits. You're trying to bait people in. Don't do that. You have taken this a little too far. It is time to put a stop to the egregious behavior. I'm sorry. And this pity party you want us to throw. Probably the 70,000 Afrikaners will throw it for you, but not us. Let me tell you something. Not all money is good money. You hear me telling you? Not all money is good money. Because you see, he who has the money has the power and will control you. I don't see our beloved vice president as much as I see this person. I don't even know if we have a vice president. That's the honest truth.
What? Beloved. Wasn't it just last week or the week before he came on and said some frackanackle? He was on TV, wasn't it? I thought you spoke about the story. Beloved. I appreciate the laughter today, Miss Moments. I appreciate it.
Louisiana has a long history with French. This immersion school aims to keep it alive.
Long history with the French language, and while most Louisianans no longer speak it, a growing number of schools are immersing students in the language, all kinds of it. Member station WWNO's Aubrey Uhas takes us to a school down the bayou, southwest of New Orleans. It's teaching students to speak some of the state's local dialects.
Je m'appelle Juliette. Je m'appelle Lana.
Juliette Verdun and Lana Lecomte are in the second grade at a new public French immersion school, École Pointe-à-Chêne. École means school in French, and the name of this community, Pointe-à-Chêne, or Point of the Dog, comes from the name of the bayou across the street.
Le chat mignon.
Juliette and Lana sit at a table covered with flashcards. The cards are for words that have multiple French translations in Louisiana. Can you tell me both ways to say alligator?
Un alligator. Un crocodile.
Which one do you like more?
Crocodile.
That's the Cajun word. It's actually pronounced cocodrie. And there's another way people who speak French in this part of the state might say alligator. Cayman. It's a native word. École Pointe-à-Chêne focuses on local French first. Its founders believe that's a unique approach for a French immersion school. Juliette and Lana's parents don't speak French. But like most of their classmates, they have an older family member who does. Most people used to speak French in the Pointe-à-Chêne community and in Louisiana, dating back to when it was a French colony. Natalie Dykecoat teaches linguistics and anthropology at Tulane University.
We have the French that is spoken by these people who came directly from France.
That early influence led to many dialects. In the late 1700s, more French speakers, descendants of early French settlers, arrived from what is today Canada.
We have a bunch of Acadians who've now shown up speaking something very similar, but nonetheless distinct.
With time, the Acadians in Louisiana became known as the Cajuns, and that's where Cajun French comes from. There's also Creole, which was in part created by enslaved Africans. Native people also learned the language and made it their own.
We all spoke French. That's the only way not to lose it.
Christine Verdun is the principal of École Pointe-à-Chêne and is a member of the Pointe-à-Chêne Indian tribe. She's also a distant cousin of Juliette's, the student you heard at the top. We sat down in a small office just off a classroom, where students can easily pop in, which a little boy did in the middle of our conversation.
What's going on? The guy nails fight.
Verdun, a longtime teacher, is in her 60s and grew up speaking what she calls Indian French. She describes how in the 1920s, state lawmakers tried to Americanize Louisiana by requiring English to be the only language spoken in public schools. The ban was in place until the 1970s. By then, most children had stopped speaking French at home.
When you lose the language, which is part of your culture, then you're losing your culture.
Verdun says because Native students were initially kept out of public schools, they held on to their French longer. She learned Indian French from her parents. That put Verdun and others in her community in the position to open this school, focused on local dialects, about a year and a half ago.
Indian French, Cajun French. We don't have any Creoles here, but I mean, we're not opposed.
They also teach standard French, so their students, they have about 30 so far, can be part of the larger French-speaking world. The school's older kids spend more than half of the day learning in French, while its youngest students are taught entirely in French. In Camille Revier's pre-K class, her 4-year-olds are working on a math worksheet, counting boxes and drawing a line to the correct number. At lunch, a teacher makes small talk with the older kids in French by asking them questions about what they're eating. Tycho, the Tulane professor, says people have long predicted the demise of Louisiana French, but it keeps surviving.
So I'm not going to predict anything, but I think there's a lot of hope these days in younger generations who are choosing to speak to their children in French at home, who are sending them to French immersion schools, who are excited about speaking French.
In all its many varieties. For NPR News, I'm Audrey Juhas in Pointe-aux-Chenes, Louisiana.
So I know many people may ask, or may have asked the question, how did English become a global language? Well, let's jump to Google. This was primarily due to the expansion of the British Empire, which spread English through colonization and subsequent economic, political, and cultural dominance, particularly in the 18th and 19th centuries. So here's a more detailed explanation. The rise of the British Empire. The British Empire's vast colonial holdings, spanning continents and influencing global trade, commerce, and politics, played a crucial role in the dissemination of English. Colonialism and language spread. As the British colonized various regions, English became the language of administration, education, and trade, effectively establishing it as a lingua franca in many parts of the world. Economic and cultural influence. The economic and cultural influence of the United Kingdom and later the United States, which emerged as a global superpower, further solidified English's position as a global language. Modern technology and the internet. The dominance of English in science, technology, and the internet has further cemented its role as a global language, as these fields are largely conducted in English. International organizations. Many international organizations, including the United Nations, use English as a working language, further solidifying its global importance. And then the teaching of English as a second or foreign language. The widespread teaching of English as a second or foreign language has also contributed to this global spread. But there's something very important missing from this explanation here on Google. And you see, this is why we have to be so careful. When we talk about colonization, and we know all the trimmings of colonization, right, that happened around the globe, particularly in the West here, throughout Latin America, South America, Central America, the Caribbean islands, also across the continent of Africa, also throughout Asia, in particular India, Pakistan. You see, our ancestors were forced to get rid of their native tongue. Why? Because there was a need to understand what was going on, what was being exchanged, right? The communication needed to be clear to them. They had to have comprehension, just in case our ancestors were planning and plotting an uprising. That is how it came about, right? You weren't allowed to speak your native tongue. How dare you? Go ahead, Jack.
No, I was just going to agree with you. Facts.
But I want us to step back for a second. So we complain about the effects of colonization. So let me ask a question. Why do we hold on to the remnants of colonization? And when I say we're holding on to it, we do. So we judge each other. You might come, you're reading something, you mispronounce the words, and I will laugh or whatever. And I will correct you every chance I get, because based on colonization, you're not pronouncing the word correctly. I can't be seen in public with you. I can't go out to dinner with you because you don't even know how to hold a knife and fork. You don't even understand that your side plate goes on your left, your drinking glass goes on your. I have to drag a puzzle here, folks, to continue the live. Hold on one second. Right. So I don't dine with you. I don't entertain you because you don't understand that the plate to your left is your side plate, and that is where you'll find your bread knife, your butter. You don't know which fork is to be used. You don't understand that you eat from the outside in the utensils. You don't know which glass is to be used. You don't know which is a red wine glass from a white wine glass versus a Chardonnay versus a rock glass, and we could go on and on. And I will not associate with you because you don't understand those basics, the trimmings of colonization. So aren't we hypocrites in saying that we have been robbed of everything, but yet we're still holding on to everything that was put before us?
So let me see how I want to word this. I feel some type of way about the article in general, especially since they are saying they're trying to bring something back. But what I want to say about the comment you just made, when you lose something, you only know what you know. So I think that's why it is accepted more, because that's all you know. That's all you know until someone shows you something different. Now, it's the way that they show you this difference. Do they tease you in this difference, or do they come and express a different side of something that you already know? That makes a big difference. But if you only know what you only know that. Why this article bothers me is because you had France, you had Italy, you had Kingdom, right? And they brought their ideas of what they only knew and looked at people that they claim weren't there and decided what you know wasn't right. So I'm going to change that. But now in 2025, you have all these little offshoots, Indian French, what was the other one? Louisiana French, Canadian French. And now it's important to have this experience of the so-called French. One thing they left off was there's French, or maybe I didn't hear it, that there's French that's spoken in Africa as well, right? Because they only pointed out certain ones.
Well, because they were talking about Louisiana specifically.
I don't know. I don't, it's something about this article just doesn't rock with me. And I don't know if it's because I myself lost my own language. Because when I was going to school, I couldn't speak a certain way. So now I speak this way. I don't know. There's just something. Now, this is what it is. They're making it, for me, more commercial than what it is. It's like cute to know French now. It's cute to know all these different type of languages now. That's exactly what it is. Okay, I yield.
I see what you're saying. See what you're saying. Yeah. What I'd like for us to do, though, thank you for the time check, Ja. What I'd like for us to do is to stop looking down on each other because of the differences that exist. Per colonial standards, one might be polished. They're deemed polished when they exude colonial behaviors. And we need to stop that. Oh, well, we know better. Who told you know better? Colonial standards. How we dress, how we wear our hair, our posture, everything that we do, we are steeped in colonialism. And we carry on and we pass it on and we embed it. We embed it. We make sure our children speak a certain way, dress a certain way, conduct themselves a certain way. And we're quick to say, too, when we see folks within our community behaving a certain way that goes against the quote unquote norm, the colonial norm, what do we usually say? Then them no know better. And where them I go with that type of behavior is where them I go. No, son, I come over here so with that. Them chat baddie. Aren't we guilty of that? Then I hope for them here stay so. Aren't we guilty of that? That even to this date, Ja, I think it's over there in your wonderful state, the Crown Act, the young man who was expelled from school because of how he wore his hair, colonial standards. And we who have been affected by colonialism join in the same story and hold up the colonial standards. So what do we as a people want, really?
But you eh, you know what? I'm not going to say this on air. I'm
Don't
not going
say.
to say it on air.
I say, but I will not say nothing. It better we not say nothing. Yeah, better we not say nothing. Are we too far gone? I don't know. Now, the latest, and I'll bring this up, and I know we have to wrap up on air, and then we'll continue on YouTube as well as on TikTok. A part of the reason why I could not come on yesterday, I was tired mentally, as I said, more than I was physically, was what was in the news on Tuesday. That really drained me. And by now, I think the whole world is aware because, yes, a lot of people on the global scale are expressing serious concerns about the direction that we are headed in as a country. Going back to 19, what was just the other day? Believe it or not.
65.
There are serious concerns. What is now going to happen? What's going to happen? Do we see the direction we're headed in? Is that the direction we ought to head in? And as much as France is asking back for the Statue of Liberty, which France, I hope you understand that you owe some money to Haiti. Hey, don't get me started, France. I get why you would say, give us back. I get it. I get it. Is that the direction we really want to be headed in? But what I don't understand is as a matter of, let me go ahead and wrap up on air, and then we'll continue the conversation. I just want to say, let me say thank you, a big thank you to. Whoops, hold on a second, folks. I want to say a big thank you to everyone who tuned in online, qmzradio.com. For quality music while you work or play, keep it logged on to www.qmzradio.com for that good music to get you through your day. Thank you to everyone who tuned in to janoradio.com, your nonstop party vibe station. Don't forget to download the Jano Radio app. It's available in your Apple and Google Play stores. Jano Radio, take us on the go. And thank you to everyone who tuned in to madmusichouse.com, any genre, anytime. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, for another wonderful episode of Coffee and Toe World News on the Go. In the meantime, I invite you to head on over to coffeeandtoe.com for more stories that we did not air on today's show. And we also have resources there for you. All right, so also invite you to join us on YouTube Live or come on over to TikTok. We'll be here until the bottom of the hour. All right, I'm here reading some comments on YouTube Live. It said, chicken is a finger food. Stick that fork. Yeah. Just to sum it all up, colonialism has done a number on us, and some of us are confused. I'm not gonna lie, some of us are very confused. We're trying to balance things out. We want our ancestral life, but at the same time, we are chastising folks who don't display colonial behavior. So, what do we really want? We have to make a decision. What is it that we really want? Or should we say time and place? So you go into an Asian restaurant, and if it's chopsticks, we use a chopsticks. If you go into a European restaurant and there's knife and fork, it's knife and fork. If you go into an African restaurant or an Indian restaurant where the fingers are the order of the day, so be it. But go ahead, Mr. President. You were going to say something. My apologies if I interrupted you.
No, I'm going to say anything. Okay. You got it.
We got it. Okay. So yes, folks. And what we're seeing happening now is that now that English has been made the official language of the US, it's the furthering, it's the doubling down of the colonial standards. You must speak English. It's waving the flag of the United Kingdom even higher. It is saying to the United Kingdom, yes, you were right by seeing to it that English became the language of choice, the first language of many nations around the world. And we love it. Yes, we had to give up some of our native languages, whether it was German, Italian, French, Swedish, Nordic. And if we could give it up, everybody else needs to give up theirs. But you don't have to let your culture die, folks. You don't have to. Time for business and tech news. Well, before I get into that, segregation. $2025. That's where we are. Is that what we want? Honestly. Is that what we truly want? Being told you can't use this bathroom, you can only use this bathroom. Being told you can't come in this restaurant. Is that what y'all really want? Being told you cannot use a particular, go into a certain store, supermarket. Some people are saying yes, they want it because now it will allow them to know who is who and how people really think. Some people are saying yes, they're all for it because now um, economies are going to be affected. Now gatekeeping can come into play. But how is that truly beneficial to any economy, to any people? I don't know. Never lived through that era. And I'm grateful I never had to live through that era, thankfully. You know, is that an era we really want to go to? Because if we say yes, bring it on, what else are we opening up ourselves to? Remember, there was an African American, I think it was a politician who represents the Republican Party. I'm not sure, I don't remember if he's in North Carolina or South Carolina. He said he would be happy to have a couple slaves. Remember that? So, are we sure that's the direction we want to go in? If we say yes, bring it on. Because remember, if you open up that Pandora's box, don't complain when everything comes out. So be careful what it is that we're saying. Yes, bring it on. We have to be careful. How was the birthday, Dr. Sharon?
It was great. I spent the day in the spa.
Look at
you. And then I had drinks. And then I had drinks with my friends in the evening. So it was good.
Awesome.
Let me tell you something. I wish somebody would try to enslave me. Because let me tell you something. Because let me tell you what's not going to happen. Okay? Because if they thought that people fought in the 50s and the 60s and 70s for civil rights, they should be prepared for bacchanal. Because, nope.
It's going to be a party. Party time, you said?
Uh-huh. Yep. So I don't know how they think they will be able to institute that one. But I'm definitely all for knowing, who is with you, who's not, who have those thoughts and can't say it, even though I know, even with this new administration, people have been emboldened to say and do things that they swept under the rug before. I get that. But let them try to enslave modern day people, and let's see how that works out for them. Because guess who won't be doing it? I will unalive and take a couple people with me. Because that will be a revolution. That's not happening. I'm gonna tell you that right now. They can try it. It won't happen. Let them try.
Ah. This can't be the United States of America, the land of opportunity.
It's not. It can't. This is not the promise of America. It's not. It's not. Yeah, it's not. And even people who think it is and believe it is, well, shoot, you don't belong here either. Because the only true people that are here from here are the indigenous people. And even if they want to get rid of, right? Yeah, I will. No, no, ma'am. They will not be able to do that to me. I'm a see. Yeah, nope, nope. Yeah.
Ah, boy. Listen, this is, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. And again, the question, where is Black MAGA? What are they saying? What are they saying? Have they said yes, they agree with this? Where do they stand? Clarence Thomas, what is he saying? A same name?
The Supreme Justice, yeah, that's his name.
Okay. Well, he's quiet. He's not gonna. What about the doctor, the surgeon? What's his name? Who?
Ben Carson, Benjamin Carson.
What is he saying?
That would be a good question, right?
What are those people who were up there in Washington, and then the following day the general was stripped of his position? What are they saying? Putting on and carrying on. Oh yay, Ray, and carrying on. Where are they now? No, we need them up front and center because we need to know how they feel about this situation.
Yeah, that's just crazy. I just never thought that in my lifetime this is something I would see. We've actually made steps backward instead of progressing. Yeah, it's crazy.
This is where we are. 2025. This is where we are. Um, you know, somebody said this, and I kind of have to agree with this, Dr. Sharon. For too long, people of color have abandoned their community to support other communities. Maybe this now will let everybody recognize the importance of supporting your own first. But that being said, our own, we have to see to it that we're able to deliver. Not because, we have a tendency when we deliver into our own, we're substandard. No. I don't know, say that true. Somehow, no. Not take shortcut on them things because of we. We don't want to pay us because it's we. I've been down this road where I have not been paid for services rendered, but you're quick to pay another community. No, we need to start respecting each other if this is going to work the right way that y'all want it to work.
I feel you.
Mm-hmm.
I feel you.
Yeah.
I've been there.
Yep.
Yep.
Them tell us say you're too expensive. Them want it for next to nothing or free. Them like to tell about after name so and so or you is not so and so. That's what we do to each other. So are we prepared? If I come to you and say the bag is $1,000, are you going to talk me down or are you going to shell it out the way you would when you go into particular stores? If I look at you and I say to you to cater your event is $10,000, are you going to talk me down or are you going to cough it up just like you would to other communities? So careful what you ask for. Because no make goes fool you. Think that because you look like me, I should shortchange myself. Me must absorb the cost. No, baby, we are going. The price, my price is my price. Not talk me down. If I want to give you some leniency, let that be my decision. Now come to me, but we are we're coming from the same place, sir. We're the same. No. That can't run a business. The same way you were going to all these other stores and cough up your money without asking for a penny off. Pay me the same amount of respect. That's all. Hope you are ready for it. Stop discounting us and discrediting us. Stop shortchanging ourselves. And the only time we want to support our own the right way is when them are quote unquote somebody, when they're a celebrity, an artist, an athlete. No, support everybody the same way. You know, say 9 times out of 10, your biggest supporters are not your family member and friend. Yeah. Those family members and friends that support you, hug them up and love up them. Because the majority of supporters are people you have never met in your life. That so I have to say, I had to throw that in there too. Yeah, it's funny how strangers can become friends and family. Blood don't make your family, you know. Don't make your family at all. I've learned that. Support. That's all I'm gonna say. Next up. Um in our business and tech segment brought to you by Grand Coffee House. Head on over to Grand Coffee House. Enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Use the code coffee until 20 at checkout. China markets are set to outperform Wall Street as US exceptionalism comes to a pause. Pump the brakes. This article comes to us courtesy of NBCMiami.com. Whoa. A rally in Chinese stocks since the start of the year is prompting investors to predict that mainland shares will outperform their American peers in a sign that attractive valuations are trumping the idea of American exceptionalism. Last week, the S&P 500 slipped into correction territory for the first time since 2023. In contrast, the MSCI China Index has gained 19% since the start of the year to March 9, according to Goldman Sachs, marking its best start to a year in history. The contrasting fortunes mark a swift turnaround from just a few months ago when many investors believed the US was uniquely positioned to weather economic and political storms buffeting other countries. Chinese stocks were also languishing due to regulatory worries and concerns over the health of the Chinese economy. Well, a lot has changed since. US President Donald Trump's tariff policy has fanned speculation of an economic slowdown in the world's largest economy. Meanwhile, in China, optimism around the country's artificial intelligence capabilities has intensified since the introduction of DeepSeek's R1 model earlier this year. America, you're paying attention and fueling and carrying on with the wrong things. I wanna know. Adjust sales. Adjust your sales and ride the waves, go in a different direction. You're going to lose this competition. Stop focusing on this division and segregation and the ism. Stop it. Now telling you, adjust your sails, get your crew on deck, turn the ship around. If we do not turn the ship, you see what happened to the Titanic? Wanna see what happened to the Titanic? Everybody busy partying, dancing, dining, and whining. There's an iceberg ahead. And if we hit that iceberg, it is going to be devastating. That's all I'm going to say. We need to stop the foolishness. In layman terms, stop the foolishness. We're entertaining and investing in the wrong behaviors. We can't move forward. We cannot be a bigger, better country the way we're moving. But do nothing a phone a boat. May have a life jacket. And everybody having a life jacket. If you don't have a life jacket, get a life jacket. In other words, what's your plan B? What is your plan B? And the unfortunate thing is some people cannot have a plan B. World's.
We
Go ahead, Dr. Sharon. Go ahead.
we need a life jacket and a parachute.
Not the one that Elephant Man sing about. Parachute. Parachute. Not that one.
No, but I think in these times, we have to have a plan B. And if you don't have a plan B, you need to develop, start a plan B. Canada is looking for American doctors. Don't tempt me with a good time.
Yep. 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 They are looking. And they're making it easy for doctors to come across. Not only doctors, they're also looking for CNAs. They're making it easy for CNAs, nursing assistants, to come across. If you are a nurse, yes, they're making it easy for you to come across. See, Barbados, I tell us you can come lounge with them for a year if you're able to work remote. We have to put a plan in place, folks. What's your plan B? Some people say plan A is it, and them a focus on plan A. You have to have a plan B, all a plan C too. All right, that's all I can say to now. We have issued the warning. The world's largest water battery is now fully operational as it reaches a historic milestone. And it's inspiring. This article dated March 17, courtesy of yahoo.com. It's up and running. The Feng Ning pump storage power station, I can't even talk. It's located just north of Beijing. Is fully operational as of the start of 2025. The station took more than 11 years and $2.6 billion to build. Pumped storage hydropower stations are known as water batteries because they allow for long-term storage of energy from nearby sources that are renewable, but not as constant or predictable. By storing this energy, the power grid is less stressed, resulting in fewer blackouts. The Feng Ning station supports a nearby wind and solar farm. So you see nature coming into play, right? The science behind nature, and it's, being put to the test and being fully taken advantage of. No, we're not believing in them things there. We move in ships. With a total capacity of 3.6 gigawatts, the Feng Ning stations supplants one in Bath County, Virginia, as the world's largest, according to the International Hydropower Association. Go on with yourself, Beijing, at this point. What can I say? What can I say? Niece, I think you sent me something on Instagram. The best time to make money disappear is during a crisis. Types of crisis. Listen for more. Let's take a listen.
Just use an earthquake. What? Yeah, let's say you're a politician who stole a of tax money. To hide this, we'll need to funnel it. How do we do that? It's simple. Just start a charity as a cover-up. Won't people suspect anything? They won't, because the best time to steal money is during a crisis. If a hurricane, earthquake, or war breaks out, that's your golden opportunity. You'll set up a charity and announce that you're raising money for disaster victims. What do I do then? Now, the government and the public will start donating to your charity. Once you have that money, it's time to spend it. So we'll actually help people? No. Who wants to do that? We'll fake it instead. What? How does that work? Okay, look, let's say you report that you delivered 100,000 meals to disaster victims. In reality, you only delivered 10,000. The other 90,000 meals exist only on paper, but the money for them goes straight into your account. Won't people notice the missing supplies? Not if we inflate the prices of everything. What do you mean? Instead of stealing money directly, we hire fake suppliers to charge 10 times normal prices. A tent that should cost $100 is shown as $5,000. A bottle of water is purchased for $50 each. A $500 generator is reported as a $20,000 emergency energy system. All that extra money goes straight to you. Won't the public ask where the money went? That's why we'll do a little bit of charity. We'll hand out food and supplies to a few people, enough for a good PR stunt. We'll invite news crews, take pictures of some children, and tell them we're saving lives. But we stole most of that money. Exactly. But now we look like heroes. What happens when people start investigating? By then, the money is already gone. We move it through offshore accounts and fake shell companies. What if we get caught? We blame it on accounting mistakes or say we were tricked by bad suppliers. Worst case, we shut down the charity and just start a new one. It's that easy. Just like that, we laundered millions through a fake charity.
No lies told.
I am mad that there's a blueprint for this.
Okay? There is. And it has always been in place, Dr. Sharon. I don't know, new. A long time this one. It's probably all on me and you.
Exactly, but and this is exactly why that orange man can't open up any charity in New York, because he defrauded a children's cancer fund or something like that, some fraud associated with it, and that's probably in line with what happened. I mean, but can't you go to jail for this? That's fraud. I mean, that's a felony.
If you and I tried, jail time. They do it. They just drag it through the courts and nothing happens. You're able to run for official positions and get them.
Yeah, I won't be trying that.
No,
I will donate my time. I will donate funds to a charity. If I do a nonprofit organization, it's gonna be on the up and up. I don't have time. I don't like. I can make my money elsewhere legally. Also, that's just not. Yeah, because I'm not gonna get away with stuff like that. And then if I have a felony, I can't work. Right?
Yeah,
but
you can work.
Where?
Washington.
Oh, that only applies to certain people, not me.
You'll be the perfect.
Because I don't look like him or look like them.
We can fix that. We
Right?
can fix that. We can fix that.
Okay. All right, I'll wait for that.
Bad things meant joke. I can't sleep with that on my conscience either, niece. And I think that is probably, I don't know, probably a bad thing for us. Our conscience is guiding us. Yeah.
Never say that's a bad thing, because it's not.
Well, in this day and age, anything good is bad and anything bad is good. Isn't that weird, Ja? That's where we are, literally.
I still think we sleep better than them.
Oh, yeah, we do. Oh, yeah, we do. Without a doubt. Sleep good at night. I'll talk in my sleep too. Yeah. Well,
My 4 hours. I sleep very good in those 4 hours.
yeah. Walking on my sleep. My husband will tell us I'm walking on my sleep too. Oh, yeah. And I'll have a full conversation with him in my sleep. I'm fast asleep. I don't know. I'm sleeping good. No, me got indulge in them things. I can't sleep. He won't be able to laugh at me. He needs his entertainment. Mm-hmm. But what can I say? That's what it is, right? That is what it is. We're peddling backwards in health and science news, brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Head on over to Lormel Skin Food. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. So, RFK Jr., your favorite gentleman, Dr. Sharon, unveils a disturbing plan to combat the bird flu. So, according to yahoonews.com, Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., thinks that the bird flu should be allowed to spread unchecked to identify birds that could be immune. Kennedy said in a recent Fox News interview that farmers should consider maybe the possibility of letting it run through the flock so that we can identify the birds and preserve the birds that are immune to it, an idea the experts say would be dangerous and hurt the poultry industry. That's a really terrible idea for any one of a number of reasons, said Dr. Gail Hansen, who is a former state veterinarian for Kansas. Every new infection of the H5N1 virus is a chance that it will mutate and become more powerful and spread further, although it still hasn't been proven to spread between people. But if it were allowed to spread through millions of birds. That's literally 5 million chances for that virus to replicate or mutate, Hansen said. While Kennedy's department doesn't have any regulatory powers over farms, Secretary of Agriculture Brooke Rollins agrees. There are some farmers that are out there that are willing to really try this on a pilot as we build the safe perimeter around them to see if this is a way forward with immunity. If this plan actually goes into effect, the virus would spread among a larger number of birds, putting more people and other animals. I want the blood seed. All right, this is it. I'm done. Clap me out.
I have one word to describe him. Kunomono.
Kunomono. I don't know that word there. Lord have mercy. Big kunomono. What is this that we have been? Oh, Jesus, oh, Jesus, oh, Jesus, oh, Jesus. What is this upon us?
Are you reading Believe It or Not news?
No, this is Health and Science news, which is also Believe It or Not news.
Okay. It says birds. What birds? Are we just speaking on chicken? Are we speaking on ducks, quail, pigeon? What other birds they eat?
Ja, it can spread to any kind of bird.
I know it can, but I want to know what he's talking about. I want to know what he is speaking on. Let me correct to the King's English. What is he speaking on? What species of birds is he referring to?
He isn't even operating on the right information because he claimed in an interview that the virus didn't seem to affect wild birds, but there are many documented cases of wild birds dying from H5N1. Who the backside is?
Is anything that man has said since he has been given that position been proven true?
Oh, Jesus. You know, I wonder, our parents impressed upon us the importance of getting an education, to learn and all, but for what? Because clearly an education is not important. You can just spew anything, ignore science, ignore facts, and just go off of a whim. You wake up this morning and your shadow don't look right. I saw it go. You get up this morning and you stretch. Okay, whatever. I mean, was he asleep in the 70s and 80s? Isn't he probably still sleeping?
That part of his brain has been eaten by the worms.
And his pseudoscience is spreading unchecked, and that's disturbing. And it is spreading unchecked amongst people who not have no education. And you want to bring 70,000 more on the already illiterate? We really want to bring 70,000 more, add more upon plenty, as we say in the Caribbean. We already have a huge illiterate group. And yes, I'm going to put my mouth on ground and talk. It is known. Studies have proven Americans, for the most part, are illiterate. What are we? What, 39% illiterate? Literate, Jack?
I never checked.
When we had the story a couple weeks ago,
Oh, I don't remember.
a vast majority of Americans do not have not more than a third grade level education. So we are an illiterate society. And you want to bring 70,000 more from South Africa, come put upon it?
Oh, Lord, have us mercy.
So the people that are listening to this man, who is not a scientist, who is not a doctor, them not say, them go to Google free, if free. You have a phone, if free. Google, if you can't spell it.
Wasn't he a lawyer?
Oh, my blood.
Supposedly.
I never said them something here from me, but what can go so?
I don't know what to say. It's dumbfounding.
So let me ask a question. These people don't have access to internet?
The people interviewing him, don't they have any questions to come back at him with? As you say, we have the laugh, huh?
John, I don't know. I don't know. This is beyond. I cannot believe in 2025 the words or the importance of scientists and research analysts and those who went to school for their undergrad and then their grad and their doctorate. That I'm sorry to. I really am sorry to tell all of you, you wasted your time. Apparently, you wasted your time because um your qualifications don't matter anymore. They don't matter. Another country will respect your qualifications and honor your expertise, but we don't. Not here. Not here. Not here. You know, you don't need all of that to succeed here. You don't need that to succeed here. Only one thing is needed to succeed. Only one thing is needed. You know, so get that one thing and you'll be fine.
As a contractor, I find sometimes
I can't skip through it. I have a sound bite and then we're gonna wrap up. So it's dark days and the outside world keeps pleading to us to open our eyes, because I don't want to use the wrong word, to open our eyes and to pay attention. And everybody's wondering, so what happened to the elected officials who none of them can say anything? None of them? Not one? Anyway.
Which is it's something bizarre to me. You are with federal government, but here's
That's in Laramie, Wyoming, a room full of Republicans.
um, all she's doing is you guys are going to have a heart attack if you don't calm down. I'm sorry. Uh, what Doge is doing is it's the closest thing to it is the closest thing to zero-based budgeting. Why would you be opposed to us looking on a line-by-line basis whatever?
It's popcorn season. They're turning on each other. When is the tea party? You know, you know. Oh, hold on.
He says that someone who is in your position cannot be fired only if they can be removed for cause if there's neglect, malfeasance, or inefficiency. Were you given any of those reasons when you were fired?
No, absolutely none.
And so,
yeah. So we just sit back and watch the show because we are not the ones who are going to be able to fix anything. We will not be entertained. We will not be listened to. They're going to have to fix it. The FAFO crew. We can laugh and we can drink and we can eat and be merry. Yes, folks. I saw the thing go. Folks, that is my time. I want to say a big thank you to each and every one of you. I thank you to everyone on YouTube live with me. Thank you, AT. Thank you, Alexia, with the back and forth. Thank you, Van Lieberman. Thank you to everyone who has subscribed to the Coffee Until YouTube channel. We appreciate the subscription as we continue to grow the channel on this side. And we want the engagement. So, leave your comments on any of the videos that you watch, and we will definitely be reading them. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. We will be back with you tomorrow morning, YouTube, at 9:30 a.m. Eastern, God willing. Until then, have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. We're going to go ahead and end the live stream. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.